Exactly 16 minutes after 8, you're listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk news and sports station. Welcome to a beautiful Thursday, the 5th day of December. And of course, we'll be giving you exactly what you came here for. Whatever it is, we'll be giving it. Welcome. Let's get started with the newspapers as we kickstart today's quest. We'll start with the national papers. Emmanuel and Ndukwe, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, Annie. Good morning, Nigeria.
So we have here the Guardian newspaper, Amechi, Akpabio, Alero on pension refund list. Amechi, Akpabio, Alero on pension refund list. Buhari's Executive Order 5 will boost local technology, says ONU. Buhari's Executive Order 5 will boost local technology, says ONU. And we also have in the Guardian newspaper, National Assembly panel raises 2020 budget by 710 billion naira. National Assembly panels raise 2020 budget by 710 billion naira. Border closure, hate speech bill, ill-advised, illegal, says Falana. Border closure, hate speech bill, ill-advised, illegal, says Falana. You find that in the Guardian newspaper. And then confusing state police with community policing. That's an editorial in the Guardian newspaper. Confusing state police with community policing. And new oil discovery to spur job creation, says NNPC. New oil discovery to spur job creation, says NNPC. And Nigeria's manufacturing sector's GDP to hit 49.6 trillion with 40,000 GW watts of, I think, gross watts or G watts of power supply. Till I find that terminology for that, I would simply call it what it is, GWH of power supply. Also in the Guardian newspaper. So those are the stories. And let's see if we can run through some of them as quickly as we can. I'd like to touch another paper. Here, Amechi Akpabio Ailero on pension refund list. It says here, some state governors may have to return pensions and allowances received after leaving office. This followed the judgment by Federal High Court in Lagos ordering the federal government to recover pensions collected by former governors who are now serving as ministers and members of the National Assembly. Justice Oluremi Oguntoyibo delivered the landmark judgment last week, a certified true copy of which was obtained yesterday. The ruling was a sequel to an application for an order of mandamus in suit number so-and-so brought by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP. The court has directed the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, to challenge the legality of states' pension laws permitting former governors and ex-public officials to collect such payments. The judge adjourned till February 3rd, 2020 for hearing on the report of compliance with the court order by the federal government. In defense, the AGF argued that SERAP did not show any injury it suffered as a result of the salaries and allowances given to the former governors. It contended that SERAP neither constitutes civil servants nor public servants who have any issues with the pension laws for former governors. It also argued that the suit filed to promote transparency and accountability did not confer local standing on SERAP. But the judge said he believed the AGF could institute action in a court of law to challenge states' pensions laws for former governors. She said further, I do not see any substance in the submissions of counsel to the Attorney General on this issue. I therefore resolve this issue against the Attorney General in favor of SERAP. On the whole, I find no merit in the Attorney General's preliminary objection. It is accordingly dismissed. Affected governors include Rabiu Musa Konkoso Kano, Kabiru Gaya Kano, Godswill Akpabio Akwa Ibom, Theodore Orji Abia, Abdullahi Adamu Nasarawa, Sam Egu Ebonyi Shaba, Lafia Igi Kwara, Joshua Darie Plateau, Jonah Jang Plateau, Ahmed Tani Yerima Zamfara, Denjuma Goje Gombe, Bukar Abba Ibrahim Yobe, Adamu Ailero, Kebi, George Akume Benue, and Rotimi Amechi River State. Former Senate President and Governor of Kwara State, Bukola Saraki, said he stopped collecting the pension after hearing of Serap's suit, subsequently inspiring the passage of the bill by the Kwara State House of Assembly to suspend payments to former governors and their deputies. Emmanuel.
Well, I think it's a matter of the law of the nation. And if the laws are repealed, of course, the pronouncement from the court now, if they will accept that, because I think it may be subject to appeal. If these people involved, who the thing stand against, say, no, we won't, they appeal. And at that time, it holds until perhaps the appellate court gives a final verdict on that. So even if it's a case that can reach the Supreme Court, as soon as it reaches the zenith of the courts, whatever pronouncement is what will hold. So the law will be shaken as to removal.
Yeah, because I'm wondering here, to what extent does this court take away the powers the state assemblies have?
Good. That's why I said, let's see what the Supreme Court will say.
Luckily, we've got
two of them.
Two of them are actually barristers, so we'll hear from them firsthand. We've got Pastor Barrister Emmanuel Uche Ikechukwu. He's a former legal advisor, All Progressive Congress. Good to have you. He's also a former presidential aspirant.
Thank you, and it has been quite a while now.
Yes, it has. Precious UDK Esquire, member, Nigerian Bar Association, Port Harcourt branch, and a Port Harcourt-based legal practitioner. All right, our beard is still there. It did get a trim, didn't it? Yeah. Good morning, Precious. So you were scared of what Emmanuel told you that time, that you're going to be some people's leader. Don't let Oga take your shine. All right, so let me start with Barrister Emmanuel here. What are your thoughts on this? And I want to see particularly how this usurps the powers of state assemblies.
It's a matter of judicial interpretations. If the court have made a pronouncement, starting from the lower court, based on an issue, until it gets to the Supreme Court, where the final determination concerning that issue will be given, we are still looking, because there may be subsequent appeals against such judgments. So it depends on what the Supreme Court will pronounce at the end of the day. If they decide also to stop at the Court of Appeal, which is another appellate court, and so be it. So it depends on the extent at which the parties want to go further to interpret the law, because the law starts from the lower court and proceeds higher to the higher court, which is the Supreme Court. So whatever the Supreme Court says concerning that issue will now become the law, and it will be interpreted as such. So for now, let's see what the Justice of the Supreme Court will say, pending when the matter, if the matter will stop at the appellate level or to go further to the Supreme Court.
All
so
right.
we'll look at it that way.
All right, okay. Precious UDK?
Yes. I think I'll have to start by saying that oftentimes when I say here that the court indeed is the last hope of the common man, a lot of persons think I'm just exaggerating because I'm a member of the Temple of Justice. The truth is, this decision by the court is the very best I can say I've seen from the judiciary in recent times. Because the court is also a policy-making body. First, does it usurp the powers of the state assembly to make laws? I say no. While the assembly has its power to make laws, it is the responsibility of the court to interpret the laws, to ensure that those laws are suited, to ensure that those laws are actually what they should be, to ensure that the assemblies did not go outside their boundaries. They did not exceed their boundaries in making such laws. Now, I have also said that I've also been saying here that the prophecies, just like the realist school of thought, that the Lord said that the prophecies of what the courts will say and nothing more pretentious is the law. It doesn't matter what the assemblies, the national state, in whichever case, would have made as law. What becomes law when it is subjected to the fair words of litigation is what the court say is a law. So as it stands now, the court has taken a position. That position remains binding until it is upturned by a higher court. So the law stands. And
okay, I'm thinking here that the provisions of the law enable state assemblies to make laws governing them as a state, right?
Definitely does.
So when they take a stand on one, as long as it doesn't conflict with the ground norm, I'm wondering where the law court will come and overturn that. That's where my conflict lies.
Well, definitely. I have not had had the privilege to read that full judgment to be able to make an informed decision. But I also know that there is a regulatory body that determines pensions and the gratuities in Nigeria. And that body has already stipulated what should go to each person, with respect to past leaders. If that law has already been there, to what extent can the state assemblies go in making further laws?
All right. Okay.
I'm not saying this much, but this is from a personal point of view, because
okay.
I've not been seized with the judgment itself.
All right. Well, Amechi Akpavio Ailero on pension refund list. Well, I guess I don't know. Do you think Amechi has been receiving any since? I haven't heard anything concerning that.
I've not heard, but when he receives it, he won't blow his trumpet.
he will quietly move on with it. All right, moving on. Here's another story in the Guardian newspaper. Buhari's Executive Order 5 will boost local technology, says ONU. The Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Obonaya Onu, has lauded President Muhammadu Buhari's signing of the Presidential Executive Order 5 for the planning and execution of projects, programs, and contracts with science, engineering, and technology component. ONU said that the order signed on Monday by Buhari marked a revolutionary effort that will help move Nigeria forward towards developing the necessary local human capital to fight poverty, create jobs, strengthen local manpower, encourage indigenous technology, enhance national self-reliance, and significantly restore national pride. The minister stated that the recent groundbreaking of the University of Transportation in Daura, Katsina State by Buhari showed that the executive order was working. His words, this is better appreciated when we remember that some 60 years ago, the Nigerian rail system was operational as a means of public transportation. It is sad that for a very long time, the rail system became inoperative because we lacked the indigenous capacity to maintain the system. It is indeed heartwarming that with Executive Order 5, appropriate measures are being put in place to ensure that what happened in the past did not reoccur. It is clear that many positive changes are taking place in our dear country. All right, Manu.
I think he is the one talking.
He is the one
Yeah,
talking.
he is the chief constituent of that particular constituency of technological ministry. So what else do you expect him to say? I know that the idea about whatever will indeed place that particular ministry on a better footing will come from him. Some of the suggestions, and of course, they will look at it together. And so, being the head of that, and having made several contributions, which I also believe he wants it to be looked into, and then passed. And now, the executive order will make it sail through the way he wants it. He will certainly clap hands and no other thing. That's exactly what he's doing here.
All right. Okay. Barrister Emmanuel.
That's the Minister of Science and Technology. He has spoken. He is there in the office. He understands how the system is working. And whatever the Order 5 seems to bring on board to assist the ministry to fast-track its objective. Because no nation grows outside technological development. You know, some people now are moving outside the oil sector into other diverse things that will boost the economy. So if there are laws or others that are made to help to boost, because technology will boost the economy, to see that things move and we can get ourselves out of this situation where we are now as a nation, then that will be quite appreciated. So I think he has spoken. Who am I to say contrary? He is the one who is wearing the shoe. He understands where it pinches and all that. So we are looking forward to see the dividends coming to play and yielding positive results. It's not about talking. Sometimes you see talking and talking, people talk and talk, but we would like to see the actions and the things yielding good results so that people will also benefit as a result of such laws being made, and we can now move forward as a nation. So we are waiting for the fruits per se of all this talking that we have had enough.
Okay. Precious UDK.
Yes, whatever that will better the lots of Nigerians, mine is to encourage. If the executive order, from what the Honorable Minister has said, will indeed advance Nigeria to the level better than what we are seeing today, I should encourage it. I think it was Niyo Sundare in his poem who said, the house is to plough, not to plunder. You know, to that extent, our responsibility is to keep encouraging the federal government to do what is right, do the right things in the right times, and then hoping that those actions will impact positively on the entirety of the country. So I congratulate the Mr. President, but away from signing, away from the executive orders, We want to feel those positive impacts, because oftentimes we hear them, we've done this, we've done that, and then the country is not positively feeling the effects of those actions. We want to be carried along this time, not just in the decision itself, but in positively feeling the impact of whatever order or actions the federal government is taking.
All right. Yeah, that there. Executive Order 5 will boost local technology, says ONU. But I don't know if it's the Executive Order 5 that brought the University of Transportation to Dora.
More or less, because that is a special university, and I think it can be domiciled in the Ministry of Technology, since they will be
but it's not the Order 5 that brought
No, it's not. It's not the
I
other.
see him trying to link
I'm
it.
only saying that maybe since he's covered in his ministry, he's doing everything to falsify it.
He has welcomed it into his ministry. No, from what we understand, that came because of a contract with CCECC. Anyways, moving on. National Assembly panels raised 2020 budget by 710 billion naira. Ministry denies 2.7 billion allocation for constituency projects. Anyways, the story here says the National Assembly may raise the 10.33 trillion 2020 budget presented to the lawmakers by President Muhammadu Buhari. Indeed, the Senate Committee on Appropriation may have raised the capital component of the budget by 450 billion naira. The Guardian learned yesterday that the panel had in the first instance increased the budget by 500 billion, but later decided to reduce it by 50 billion shortly before submitting its report at yesterday's plenary session by the chairman, Barau Jibrin. Thereafter, the Senate President Ahmed Lawan promised lawmakers that copies of the bill will be made available to them in preparation for its final passage. He said that the circulation would be done immediately the committee concluded the printing of the report. The Guardian learned that the increase was meant to take care of exigencies. They were not captured in the capital allocation of the various ministries, departments, and agencies of government. It was further learned that the relevant executive bodies lobbied the senators to make the necessary additions to the capital expenditure. The Senate is expected to commence debate on the committee's report on the 2020 budget today. Also yesterday, the chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations, Mukhtar Betara, presented the report on the 2020 appropriation bill during plenary presided over by Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila. The report reflected the total sum of 10.6 trillion, indicating the addition of about 260 billion to the estimates of 10.33 trillion earlier presented by President Buhari. It stated that out of the over 10.6 trillion naira, 560.47 billion is for statutory transfers, which it indicates an increase from the estimates of 556.7 billion initially presented. So, Emmanuel, here you are with the variances brought on the 2020 budget by the different houses of assembly. For that of the Senate, they increased with about 500 initially, but then they stepped down by 50 billion. And they said, well, it's for exigencies.
Well, I think it's part of their duty, even though I do not believe they own the budget. They don't. But their job includes modifying it, and of course with reasons, and then passing it to the owners. If the owners accept, that is where finally it will be accepted. But as for doing their job, which may be an enlarged part of the oversight function, they are looking at it, maybe improve on certain areas and then give concrete reasons to convince the owners of that particular budget. So I think they've not gone out of what they should do. But let's see whether the owners also will accept their own conviction in saying that let it be the way they have modified it. Because concrete reason, like I said, must follow it.
All right, good. We got your thoughts there. Barrister Emmanuel.
Okay. That reminds me of the issue of budget padding.
Yeah.
Padding can be because we have been hearing that slogan, padding and all that. So we need to see some of these adjustments to reflect. My own is to reflect on the life of the average Nigerians. It's not about increasing or reducing. It's about us seeing it manifesting and people feeling the impact, because the feel we have from the people within us is not really good. Looking at the circumstances and the economic situation of this country, so I want to encourage them. I would learn they will pass the budget within some days before now. From now, we are going to pass it, which is a good development. But my own issue is that implementation of some of this budget, incorporated and making it come to a reality and making people feel the impact. That has been my own worry. So whether they add or subtract, let them keep in mind that, look, they are doing it for the benefit of not for their own selfish gain. Because sometimes you see greed and selfishness come into play. Sometimes somebody can add something to get little this thing from there to add up to what he has already before now. So it depends on the motive behind the addition. Is it to affect the lives of people? Is it to improve the infrastructural development? Is it to help activate and put the economy in a better shape as quite out of what it is now? So we are looking at what is the intention of those people who are adding up. What are they adding up for? What are they tend to achieve by what they are putting? But let it not be that is the pattern that we used to know before now. So let it be on a very clear time that they are trying to modify some certain things, because everything is subject to modifications, which I don't have any issue with. But let it be done with the motive that it is for the betterment of the average Nigerians. That is my own word.
Okay, good. Precious Ifike.
I've actually been wondering what exigencies could go up as much as 500 and something billion naira. But then who am I to encourage the distinguished senators and honorable members of the National Assembly? Yes, they are within their rights to scrutinize appropriately the budget, and they also hold a very sacred responsibility to represent the country in the very utmost good faith. To that extent, I want to give it to them that what they are doing is, or at most should be, in the best interest of the country.
All right. We're moving on from that. Of course, anytime anybody hears added figures in you're thinking of
the padded.
I just hope that it has nothing to do with that. All right. Border closure, hate speech bill ill-advised, illegal, says Falana. Lagos lawyer Femi Falana-San has declared that the federal government was misled into believing that only border closure could guarantee food security and economic development of the country. Falana also declared that the National Assembly lacked the constitutional powers to make any law on hate speech, saying such was not captured under the exclusive and concurrent list of the 1999 Constitution. He clarified that promulgating such law will only not betray the trust Nigerians have reposed on the National Assembly, but also erode the powers of state lawmakers, since Nigeria operates a federal system of government. Speaking at his Ilawekiti country home yesterday, the human rights lawyer insisted that it was wrong for President Muhammadu Buhari to have closed the border indefinitely without taking cognizance of the fact it will inflict serious pains on the already overburdened Nigerians. I don't support the closure because it is illegal, immoral, and economically senseless. It cannot be defended under the Economic Community of West African States Protocol on free movement of persons and goods. Punishing millions of citizens for the offense of a few smugglers is immoral. Contrary to the federal government's claim that smuggling has stopped, the criminals involved in the nefarious trade have merely changed tactics. Following the incessant trans-border crimes, including armed robberies and smuggling of vehicles from Nigeria to Benin Republic in 2003, the Olusegun Obasanjo administration closed the border between Nigeria and Benin Republic for about a week. Before the closure, government had investigated and confirmed that one Ahmadu Tijani, a citizen of Niger Republic based in Cotonou, was the mastermind of the trade border crimes. Although he was the sacred cow in Benin Republic, Tijani was arrested by the Nigerian police, tried and convicted and jailed for armed robbery by the Ogun State High Court. On the proposed hate speech bill proposal, Falana insisted that the Supreme Court had declared in a number of cases that the National Assembly lacked the constitutional powers to make laws outside its legislative competence, which by implications are residual matters meant for the state houses of assembly. Meanwhile, representatives of Niger East Senatorial District, Sani Musa, and his Niger North counterpart, Sabi Abdullahi, have raised an alarm that bandits have overrun their states. Okay, let me just take that out and stick with Femi Falana. Emmanuel.
I must be frank, I'm not convinced by Falana's argument here in terms of the border closure, because he just gave a lot of qualifiers that makes it immoral and all the rest of them. But he didn't tell me exactly. So far, his explanation is there that look at the reason why it is illegal. And that's where I want to concentrate on. Now, he mentioned one thing, which I also agree with him, that of not meeting up, or rather breaching somewhat the ECOWAS protocol. But Falana also should consider, if he breaches ECOWAS protocol, should it also, the ECOWAS protocol, does it also empower the ECOWAS member states to make Nigeria a dumping ground? It doesn't. And so how can everything be streamlined so that maybe ECOWAS protocol can be followed in the right way? Is it not by maybe drastic measure that will straighten out all the areas that are not straight, so that you follow that law? Because when you say don't kill your fellow human, it doesn't mean that you just let your house open and others will come and kill you. So I believe federal government is taking measures. It also mentions indefinitely. They said it's not indefinite. There may be problems burdening Nigeria, no doubt, but I think certain measures have to be taken to make sure that things work well. But as far as saying the hate speech and all that, I agreed with him the other day. We argued on that. He cited parts of the Constitution that Falana did not write himself alone. And again, mentioned that in the legislative list, that the National Assembly lacks such power. Even though a lot of people will argue, and I've not seen any other SAM since then come up to challenge that. But whatever be the case, I agree with so far he explained, because he backed it with a parts of a Constitution. If anybody says no, I think somebody somewhere should challenge Falana. Let's hear.
All right. What do you think here?
Okay, let me look at the issue of the border closure. Nigeria is an independent state. Whether the ECOWAS community or whoever is against what we are doing, that one is not an issue for now, because we need to protect ourselves against external aggression.
Yeah, but if you signed an agreement with member states,
that one is for member states.
Yes, and Nigeria is a member state.
Yes, because we are looking at Nigeria being an independent state, where there are things that will undermine the security or the peace. You have to do something urgent to see how you can protect yourself.
I'll tell you, Britain is part of EU. Britain felt that there were several things within that union that was compromising. So they went through the process. They backed out.
Yes.
So you didn't just say, okay, look, I'm a member of the EU, but I don't like the way migrants are coming in here. I'm closing the border. Because you are binding by the rules that puts you in the group. Yes.
Despite that fact, we are looking at if there are emergencies or things that you need to do to protect yourself. Apart from I'm not against whatever they have signed. Whatever they have signed is at now not inconsequential with what we are trying to do. We are trying to look at, are we protected? Because we are looking at influx of some of these militias coming in at we. We are looking at people bringing in even rubber rice. We have seen cases of, let's say, they are importing rubber rice into this country.
So what are your custom officers doing?
But my own,
if those things can come
but my own worry is, are these borders actually closed?
So why are you not checking your borders? You're the ones that know that your borders are porous. Then take more manpower to these areas and secure them.
So that is my own worry. Are these borders actually closed? Because we will not understand what happens in Nigeria, where people go at the back of whether they are customs or the whatever officials are there, and then get themselves bribed up, and then to get those goods passed in. But my own worry is that this issue of border closure, how is it going to help to boost our economy? Is it going to help the local manufacturers of rice and other agricultural products to improve? Is it going to reduce the rate of some of these armed men coming into this country to unleash mayhem? Right. Because we can see that for some time now we have not been seeing cases of armed banditry, Fulani, although it may be skeptical. We look at issue of Boko Haram. We have not been seeing cases of steady attacks on the Nigerian state. So we are looking at how is this border closure.
It's the border closure that has cost us.
Yes, because when you see people coming in at will, you need to block some certain things to allow easy access to some certain things.
Okay, we got your thoughts there, Barcelona.
Although I'm not a security expert, but from experience
precious UTK.
You see, international treaties lack the power of sanction. And then if any neighboring country thinks Nigeria should now become a dumping ground because of the seeming non-sanction, Nigeria is well within its rights, let me use that word again, to close its borders. I have continued to support the closure of borders because I think it will impact more on us positively. We have to feed ourselves if we must grow as a country. So I see nothing wrong with that. I will continue to support the federal government as much as that thing is the border closure is growing local economy and the SMEs. But that is just on the one part. On the other part, the learned senior advocate Femi Falana had also stated that the hate speech bill, the National Assembly does not have the requisite legislative powers to legislate on the hate speech bill. I totally, with every sense of responsibility, disagree with the learned senior advocate. I disagree because communication is in the concurrent list of the 1999 Constitution. It does not stop the federal government, by this in particular, I mean the National Assembly, from legislating on it. It only gives a concurrent power on the various state assemblies to also legislate to the extent they permit. And now let me take, for example, the Freedom of Information Act. Does that not have to do with communication? The federal government legislated on it. Why till today our courts, the high courts here, have been very weary of implementing it? Is that they say it is a national, it is an act of the National Assembly until it has been domesticated here in Rivers State. It will be very difficult for us to implement. That's why most times when you write to schools like USC, they tell you they will not obey it. You know. Now, just like the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, that is part the National Assembly. But when the National Assembly made it, Rivers State now came to make the Administration of Criminal Justice law of Rivers State. So as much as it is in the concurrent list of the 1999 Constitution, both the National Assembly and the State Assembly has the requisite powers to legislate on them. So
you see why this was confusing me when the court says that state assemblies cannot legislate and say this is how we're going to run pension laws for state governors and so on. So because in this side here, you're also trying to prove to be the powers the state assemblies have in granting these things. So there's too many gray areas as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, Annie, I thought we had gone through.
No, you see, the pronouncement of courts is by itself a law, except otherwise removed.
Sure.
So it can stop even the state legislators, whatever they have
I
done.
understand, but I'm just saying here that when a court now decides that I will check into activities that you have been empowered to do and stop you from doing those activities.
Yeah, because they vetted it and found out that it's not suitable. That's why, according to them. And again, Annie, you see, I'm not a lawyer, but I feel that's why I said they should, because variety is the spice of life. Now, Falanas quoted that the Supreme Court had on several occasions give verdict against the ability of National Assembly. And if anybody is listening in who is an SAN and all that,
I love wish he cited that so we can know
good.
those
But
areas where
I'm
the
only
Supreme
saying
Court
I'm hearing it, challenge it.
took those positions that would not allow the state assemblies, the National Assembly legislate on that proposed hate speech
Let me
bill.
also say, sorry, please. Let me also say that there are times when the assembly within will be requisitely seized with the power to make laws, but the courts will throw away those laws. If one, it is against public policy. You can have the power to make a law, but if they're just like what we are talking about, the hate speech and the capital offense thing, they have the right to make the law, but to what extent can you attract the ultimate punishment to that offense? It is against public policy. It could also be against natural justice, equity, and good conscience. So if you make a law, you are within your right to make that law. But if the law is offensive to public policy, natural justice, equity, and good conscience, the court will throw it away.
I agree with you.
Or if it is
Which is
conflicting
why I
with an
said-
already existing law,
Sure.
then the court will now
which
give
is
a
why
further
I was like, I'd
interpretation
like
to
to
that.
see where the courts are saying, look, for our grand norm, these laws that you're trying to propagate is ill-advised or it hurts this particular
For the
law.
court, sorry please, for the court to have said stop the pension laws of the various
yes.
states, that means it's offensive one way or the
of
other.
course.
That
to that
is what
body.
I'm trying to say. How was it
It is
offensive
against-
stated?
it is against moral,
From what Annie is saying, is predicated on assumption, since it's not specifically
Anne
mentioned.
has not read the judgment. That's also why I'm very weary of making an
Because
emphasis.
No, so far ahead. At least with the ears, there's no
Speculative, sir.
defection.
Let's leave that matter. Let's move on. But then again, on Falana's case here, where he says on the border closure and all of that, I think he did not, because he said you can't do that because you're a member of ECOWAS. I think he didn't factor into, or maybe he did and didn't speak on it. I don't know. The fact that the laws there allows for goods and services to be freely moved across member states if at least you have more than 50% local input in those things. So we're not looking at freedom of movement of goods and services that are outside the ECOWAS states, and which is one of the major reasons they had a problem with Benin Republic, because majority of the rice they said was coming in from Benin Republic was not produced in Benin Republic, was coming from outside Benin Republic, actually from South Asia. So I don't know whether Felana did give a thought to that particular angle, or he just felt no matter what, since you're with the ECOWAS, you cannot stop the processes going on between the borders.
I disagree with him on that.
In any which case, border closure, hate speech bill, ill-advised, illegal, says Falana. You find that in the Guardian newspaper. And also in the Guardian newspaper, we have here confusing state police with community policing. We'll see if we can quickly run that before the next 5 minutes. Confusing state police with community policing. The need to properly and effectively police the nation according to global best practices came to the fore again last week when South governors, the police high command, and other stakeholders held a one-day security summit in Asaba, the Delta state capital. Fittingly christened South Nigeria Police Regional Summit with strategic partnership for effective community policing in the South zone as its theme. The summit concluded the community policing is the best option to secure the Nigerian polity. In the communique that was released at the end of the summit, Inspector General of Police Abubakar Adamu, who was in attendance, and representatives of all governments in the region endorsed community policing as a panacea to increase crime and general insecurity. Welcome as this idea is, we reiterate our position that creating state police, which is currently hindered by constitution provisions, is the best option for the nation. The state of insecurity in the country is unacceptable. It is scary and dangerous. Human lives are routinely violated by rampaging hoodlums despite promises of improvement. Our highways are no longer safe. Kidnapping has become an everyday occurrence in most parts of the country, including the Federal Capital Territory. Ritual killings are reported almost every day. During the week in question, the skewed nature of the composition of the Police High Command also received critical attention. Appointments of commissioners of police deployed to the 36 states do not reflect the federal character requirement, which is duly enshrined in the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. Out of 36 CPs deployed to head the police in the states, Northwest has 12, Northeast had 8, while Southeast had only 1, Abia, and 13 other states do not have any CP serving as state police commissioner. This contravenes the federal character principle as enshrined in the section 14, subsection 3 of the 1999 Constitution. Meanwhile, two intertwining issues arise on policing the nation. The first is the idea of community police. The other has to do with the command structure. Community policing is the way to go. It involves grassroots participation. However, it is not simply by training locals who will be taking orders from a distant IG that the desired results will be achieved. Community policing means leaving internal security matters in the hands of officials who are familiar with and who live in the community. We cannot have proper community policing under a CP who reports directly to and takes instructions from an IG. It is an anomaly. So I guess we understand where the writer is going to. Like I said, it's an opinion shared in The Guardian, in their one of the columns, an editorial, confusing state police with community police. It seems the police hierarchy are quick to go about with community policing and endorsing it, while of course the state itself stays on the side in whether to endorse state policing. And if they think that when we say state policing that this just means community policing, the writer here is saying no, they're two very different things. Emmanuel, let me get your thoughts.
I think there are.
You might
Certainly.
just be the only one who's
Certainly there are differences there. There's no way you talk about community. For instance, if community policing is endorsed, that's what personally I've been thinking. Are we going to have still this IGP overseeing that? And that will not be effective. I think it also, since it's something that is localized, it's also something that somebody who from that area should head for effective policing and all that. But if it is, you are confusing it with this normal policing of, but states, the community policing will be embedded in the state policing. And I don't know how they'll do it. But of course, they should fashion out the way they will go about it. Because when you bring out all these theories, they become too much, the model issues.
All right, then, Emmanuel, thank you very much. Well, we'll come back at the top of the hour 9. We'll have the news update.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
it's 56 minutes after 8. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. We have Odibola himself here speaking on Odibola Properties. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Annie.
Funny enough, after you left yesterday, I got a few people who were asking on this issue of being convinced that these particular property dealers are the ones to go with, and that why isn't there a structure in River State where they have verified names of property dealers, and so that they can say, oh, okay, I've seen this on this place here. The state governments have already understood that these people work here, and then we can patronize them.
Well, we actually have REDA. REDA is the River State Developer Association,
Okay.
and REDA is actually one of the association you can find out the real estate to patronize. And another way to also know a real estate to patronize is by going to Greater Port Harcourt. I think anyone who has gone there to get an approval must have passed through processes, and that processes can be assuring. Because you can't go and get an approval for a land you don't have a possession on.
Exactly.
So that's another way you can actually verify. But I keep telling people, whether you like it or not, in all profession there is always fraud. But you are the one that you have to shine your eye, because you're the one investing.
Your
You're the
money.
one putting your money somewhere, so you have to shine your eye. We cannot overemphasize that fact. And that an issue happen in a particular profession does not stop people from patronizing. If there is an accident today, that will not stop us from using the road.
No.
Or that a plane crash, that will not stop us from flying.
And we still
Even
fly.
most times, the day the plane crash, you find out that other people are entering their flight.
And going.
So you cannot just say because an issue happened, and like I said, even what has happened in River State is being taken care of. The government is proactive about it.
Yes.
The police are doing a lot about it. The culprit has been apprehended. And I think the police will do something to ensure
He's been
that
charged to
those
court.
who have invested will, at the end of the day, have the assurance that things cannot just happen in River State and people just get away with it. And if you have a questionable character from any developer you are investing in, you can also report the developer to the necessary authority. The police are there and they can do investigation. The customer protection unit are there. So there are ways you can actually put a developer to his toes to ensure that what you have paid for, you get it. River State is developing, and things cannot just be as business as usual.
Indeed.
You cannot just come and say you're a developer, you come to take people's money and you will just tell them one story because you have a lot of police protecting you and all that. So we want to tell the general public that you can invest. Like you can go to do inquiries about the company you are investing in. You can find out their antecedent, and at the end of the day get an assurance. But that will not be overemphasized. Like I said, Odibola is doing a promo for this December. We cannot start telling you how good Odibola is. We cannot start talking about Odibola. If you notice, the radio issue, the radio things, Odibola started it. And at the end of the day, today, Odibola is still on air. And one of the things we talk about more is due diligence when you are investing. Odibola is doing their promo for December. The promo is going to be Skyview and Treasureview. That is two property we are promoting. And we are doing 650 and 750. Now, the Skyview is located in Amagwa. Yes. It's located in Amagwa, in Agwawere community, sharing boundary with Alo and Amagwa community. Now, right now, the road is being fixed. The drainages are done, not by us, but by the government. If you go there now, you know that that is the best place you can invest. In this area, they have 24 hours light.
Wow.
At least you are sure of 18 hours light a day. So what more do you need to invest in an area like this? The area has a prospect. Like the Treasureville is a very wonderful place. It has an access from Eche, it has an access from Igrutali, it has an access from Ipo. So these are places you should invest and stop being scared. You cannot tell me you are scared because you ate a food and you have food poisoning and you said you are not going to eat again. Let us face reality. How do you intend ending your year? Your year, how do you intend it? You cannot carry over what you intend doing this year for next year because of fear. If you are planning to buy a land to end this year, don't tell yourself that because you are scared, you are carrying it over for next year. Odibola is here to protect your investment. And I can sound it very well. Go and find out about Odibola. You can never hear any error. For the 5 years we've been doing business in River State, we've not had a court case, we've not had any police issue.
You mentioned something the other day about a platform where, there's
Yes,
interaction.
we created a WhatsApp platform for our clients for interaction, documentation, and every other processes.
Wow.
We are developing an app that will help you to monitor documentation. Because one of the major challenges is documentation. Where documents are delayed and all that.
Yes.
Like recently we had an issue with a community where we are doing a boundary adjustment and we had a little delay for about 20 persons allocation in Skyview Phase 2. I was there yesterday. with the community people, we did the adjustment. Job is going on now. Go to Skyview if you have invested in Skyview. They are digging around just to mark the place to avoid that issues tomorrow. These are the measures Odibola takes to ensure that you are protected. I don't need to talk much about Odibola's profile again. And don't forget, they just concluded Nigerian Entrepreneurship Award that was held in Lagos, Oriental Hotel. We were given an award. That was on Sunday.
Oh, super.
As part of the company that have encouraged the real estate development in Rivers State, in Nigeria. This is not just Rivers State. Now, that is to tell you that even in Lagos, in Abuja, and me, I don't buy award. I tell people that anything you buy is not useful. You are deceiving yourself. We've not brought any clients here to talk about our services and all that. Because these things are not necessary. Go and find out yourself. Let us not take all the time because I only have time to do all that thing. Just call Swoyo on 0703 636 8226. 0703 636 8226. If you want to know more about Odibola, you can visit all our platform, www.odibolaproperties.com. You get every other platform from there. You can call Swoyo at the number I just called now. You visit our office at Nyenwali in Sirimle at Tombia Extension, JRA Phase 2, Port Harcourt.
Odibola, thank you so much for coming on.
You're welcome.
All right, stay tuned. The news update is next.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. Labour Party in River State has advised Governor Nyesom Wike to allow the newly appointed commissioners the freedom to function effectively. The River State chairman of the party, Prince Favour, gave the advice following the screening and confirmation of the 13 commissioner nominees by the River State House of Assembly. Favour said that the only way Rivers people can determine which of the appointees is failing in his or her duties, saying that was the reason his party has always called for the appointment of people with proven integrity. Meanwhile, the River State House of Assembly has confirmed Sylvanus Wankwo as commissioner designate. The House had suspended the screening of Wankwo, who is from Iche local government area, following his failure to present his tax clearance certificate. Our correspondent Priye Izogu reports that Sylvanus Wankwo was cleared and confirmed after the leader of the House, Martina Mewule, presented the original tax certificate of the Iche appointee to the Assembly. Speaker of the House, Sikunyo Wajibani, also announced the clearance and confirmation of the other 12 commissioner nominees after an extensive debate on their profile. Following the public outcry that greeted the hate speech bill, the Senate President Ahmed Lawan has said the Senate will not pass the proposed anti-free speech bills. The Senate President Lawan made the disclosure in response to a detailed written protest letter against the hate speech bill and anti-social media bill before the Senate by the Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, HURIWA. He said legislators will listen to the pulse of Nigerians who have rejected the bills and will do exactly as they demanded. And to the foreign scene now, France is enduring severe disruption as millions of workers threaten to strike in protest at being forced to retire later or face reduced pensions. School and transport workers will join police, lawyers, and hospital and airport staff in a general walkout. France's largest nationwide strike in years was agreed by unions, unhappy with President Emmanuel Macron's plans for a universal points-based pension system. Authorities have been trying to put in place plans to mediate the disruption. And with that, we come to the end of the news update. Thank you for listening. To have a good morning.
Has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Yes, so for why international don't come again, no?
For High International is a large transitional corporation engaging in the research, production, and sales of healthcare products, highly curative, and guarantees you good result.
Even when hospital break it don't fail. For how motor they deliver.
What are you waiting for? Locate for her at 12 Psychiatric Road, off Rumola, Port Harcourt. For her also offers opportunity where you can make millions of naira with or without initial capital.
Now I make for how. They specially invite you for the For How Mega Business Summit and Award where they come.
Venue Oasis Event Center, 12 Psychiatric Road, off Rumola, Port Harcourt. Date Saturday, 7th December 2019.
Time na 10 o'clock for morning. Ticket na 1,000 naira only. Raffle draw to win this live.
Bags of rice, cell phones, and many other gift items. For more inquiries and ticket reservation, call
0807 183 9593. 0807 183 9593.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
We've got 9 minutes, gone past the hour of 9, and you're still locked on Today 95.1 FM. Like I said earlier, it's a beautiful Thursday, the 5th day of December, and we've been going on through the papers. We stopped at one last story. Emmanuel, you're about the only person who had your say there, so I'll be generous enough to allow others pitch in. Confusing state police with community policing, and the writer was talking about the need to separate the two. It seems as if the police hierarchy think that with approving community policing in the manner where they do, where he says the structure is still skewed in the sense that they will still get their command from the CP from the IG. Unlike when you talk about state policing, where the command chain is within the immediate system. And so these people who were born in this area or live within this area are able to charter the kind of security structure they want for themselves. So he says, don't confuse the two. Let me get to Barrister Emmanuel Ikechukwu.
Okay, thank you. From the word community, clearly defines the difference between community and the state. And when you look at I feel there should be a synergy. It's not about having police here and there, but it's about the synergy at which they want to work to bring productivity. Who controls, let's take for example, if the community police is like the vigilante group, those within the community setting, who oversees, because somebody should be at the head to direct them, because the state police will also be accountable to the national police. So if you merge the three together, national police, that's the federal police, the state police, and the community police, somebody must regulate these three. You get what I'm saying? So if you say community police be on your own, who would they be accountable to? It seems there will be a clash sometime, somewhere. So, but I feel there must be proper synergy. If the three levels of this thing are able to understand themselves properly, I don't think that one will never be an issue. It depends on the synergy and the relationship at which they want to work. All they need to do is achieve goals. You know, it's the only here where this one will say, I want to be the head, I want to be the head, I want to be the one to control. And you see, what will also cause problems along the line will be the financial involvement. because that is where the disagreement will be in terms of maybe sharing the largesse or when any other dividends also will come up. So, but if they can work as a team, I don't think there will be any problem with that. All we need to do is to forestall breakdown of law and order, is to ensure that we are secured and also equipping them with the modern gadgets. It's not about police, it's about the modern gadgets, the modern gadgets, whether the CCTV or the other equipments, the cars they use. Sometimes you see police, their car will just get spoiled on the road. You see people helping them to push them, So when you need to equip them, it's not about having policing, state policing, community policing, or the federal police. It's about equipping them and also making them to be productive.
All right. Precious UDK.
Yes, I would disagree to a larger extent with the writer there. If we say community policing should or metamorphoses into living community security in the hands of the locals, who in his opinion are versed with the terrain of the locality, I don't agree. To me, it should not be leaving it with them. It should be integrating them into the larger security architecture of the community. Because we have had instances where these leaders, these community leaders, even collude with criminals to perpetrate mayhem in the various communities. If security is left in their hands, what then happens? I am thinking that the Nigerian police should be such that even though there is a police division in a particular place, there should be vigilante groups that should also be interfacing with the police to restore orderliness in the various localities. I wouldn't concede to leaving it in the hands of the local. More so, security is a very serious thing that I don't think the structural positioning of the Nigerian police actually makes for one better efficiency and accountability, where you know that if the DPO does anything wrong, you can report him to the area commander or to the commissioner of police. If the commissioner of police does what is wrong, you can report to the IGP. It creates room for accountability. But a situation where there is just one overlord in that community, whatever he says is A and amen, no, that would not augur well with the security situation of this country. Now, the writer had also posited that federal character should be enshrined in the security networkings. I mean, postings, employment, promotions, and all that. Of course, the latest being the appointment of CPs, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
Okay. Sorry, please. Yeah. My take on this is, I had said earlier, security is a very important aspect of human life. I don't ordinarily support that. What we should look at, is competence and not federal structure to say where the person comes from. It is just that in this our country, we are very suspicious of even the other part of our body. Else, if the persons who are there are competent, if the persons who are there can do the job appropriately, what about where the person comes from? To me, it doesn't count. But should we now say there is nobody from community A or state A who is in the rank of a commissioner of police, but because federal character has said somebody there must be a commissioner, we should promote a DPO to the rank of a commissioner of police so that he can become a commissioner? That is not what this country should be talking about, for goodness sake. We should be talking about competence. That is what appeals to me, and that is what I can support. So, to that extent, let us do away with tribes and religion and ethnicity or whatever we call it. Let us look at competence. That is what we grow our country.
All right, we got your thoughts there. Well, we also have joining us this morning Opaka Dokoboy. He's a former chairman in UJ River State. Opaka, good to have you.
Good morning, and happy commissioners list.
The happy special advisors list. There are so many lists coming out too, so let's celebrate it all.
At least we have passed one.
You must be lawyer.
All right. Good to have you here, though. So what are your thoughts here when he says confusing state police and community policing?
Honestly, when you talk about community policing, I believe that what at the moment the IG is talking about, or the police hierarchy is talking about, when they talk about community policing, it doesn't. For me, they are still talking about running police in the same structure that we have it now. It will not adequately define what, in my own view, community policing would mean. Someone has just said that last time I said it's akin to what we have as vigilantes today. And that, to that extent, probably that would exactly what it would mean. But if you now have it within the context of the structure of the police system that we have today, then it wouldn't really apply. I'm wondering, clearly Nigeria today, are we really ripe for a community policing? I honestly want to think we may not be that much. I'm wondering, for a truly community policing system, who actually funds the police at that level? If we leave it completely in the hands of the community, the security of the community, if we leave it in the hands of the community, our communities today are really that organized and sophisticated to be able to fund and run an efficient policing system? I doubt. So for me, the best I can get within the circumstance is a state police, and then this one will just be decentralizing, because the state police at that level will ensure that the communities have people who are indigenous to those areas to be officials and the men of that state running the affairs at that level. And that way, the state can adequately take care of that and run the police system. But for today, if you expect, again, within the system that we have today, that there will still won't be one IG up there, and he's the one that will be calling the shots. He's too far away from the epicenter of all of the problems that we have, and may not, at any point in time, be adequately or be sufficiently abreast with the issues on ground to be able to attend to them with all the dispatch that they need. For me, the state police is the way to go.
All right. Okay. All right. We're going to take this few seconds, take this break, and when we come back, it's opinion poll. Opinion poll on today's quest.
More than 3 over 4 of the loots we are talking about in this country today were loots within the 16 years.
Here is a great opportunity to sample all our opinions on the issues raised.
And in Port Harcourt says the PDP is trying to divert our attention because Nigerian funds was looted by the PDP. Melody in Uniport says Madam Jonah is yet to come in terms of the fact that her tenure has expired. Annie, please tell him that investigation is not what you make the until the final stage.
Send your opinion to us. Facebook, www.facebook.com/Today95.1 FM, or on Twitter @TodayFM951. You can also sample your opinions with us on WhatsApp or on our SMS portal using the numbers 070-1933-9962. So it's 21 minutes after 9, and it's time for opinion poll. And this is taken from the Punch newspaper. And it's here we have it. IPIS ASU members sneak to register. Enrollment hits 937,000. It says here that there are indications that some members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities are enrolling for the Integrated Personnel Payroll Integrated System, contrary to the directive of the union. Investigations by the Punch on Wednesday revealed that institutions where lecturers were registered for EPs include University of Calabar and University of Nigeria, Nsukka. ASU had last month opposed the EPs despite the federal government's directive that any worker that failed to register for it would not be paid his December salary. The union directed its members not to enroll for the IPPIS, which the federal government said was aimed at fighting corruption through payment of salaries to each employee's bank account. But ASU wondered why the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, and a few other agencies were not on the IPPIS. But on Wednesday, the federal government said the agencies were not on the platform because they were revenue-generating entities, and said 937,000 workers had registered for EPs. The EPs registration started in universities on November 25th and ends on December 7th. At the UNN, the Punch correspondent who was at the institution observed that workers were registering for EPs despite ASU's opposition. The Punch reliably gathered that some ASU members had joined non-academic staff unions in the enrollment on both the Enugu and Nsukka campuses. A worker of the university who does not want his name mentioned told one of our correspondents, that's the Punch now, that members of the Non-Academic Staff Union of Nigerian Universities, Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, and the National Association of Academic Technologies were the first to come out for enrollment before ASU members started joining them. All right, so we're looking at the fact that, well, there's some ASU members who are signing on, even though ASU has says none of its members should sign on because they don't understand, first of all, why they need to be there, as it takes away some of their autonomous powers. Plus, the fact that some government agencies are not even signed on EPs. They're saying you have Central Bank of Nigeria, you have the NNPC, you have the Federal Inland Revenue, and a few other agencies that are not signed on. So why must we? And then a government agent comes up with a defense that those are revenue-generating agencies. Hence, they don't have to be on IPPIS. Manuel, into question.
Well, I think in this kind of situation, you will always have those who will be averse to joining exactly what others have decided. But like they said, I think they will be doing that secretly. And I want also to believe that ASU should have internal mechanisms to discipline any of its erring members. Federal government has brought out a threat on them that they will lose their job. You know what it means now? Those who have jobs are doing everything they can to keep them. And so some will be going like a Nicodemus to go and register. But the fact remains that I think ASU still hold on to its position. Perhaps those registering may not be up to the number of those who are not registering. But the statement of the federal government that these are agencies that are allowed not to be part of it are revenue-generating agencies, I do not understand what they have in mind. Perhaps we need an elaboration on that particular statement. Because I think that whatever is source for the goose is source for the gander. And if you are not doing it that way, people have a right to say, like ASU is talking about, that the law establishing them maintains their autonomy. And then you are saying they must. Of course, all along, it looks like there's no love lost between federal government and ASU. I tell you, whatever acts they have to grind against ASU, I don't know. But ASU should hold on to his gun until whatever comes. I always know that there must be sacrifices paid for any development. So in the end, if they don't register, federal government who has money, who pays them, whichever way one looks at it, drives them off. Well, we see it. If they don't, there will always be a way to sit down and renegotiate. But those who are living ASU's principle means that They do not understand what the body stands for. But you remember what I always say. A man that is hungry, if you remove the job of any ASU member and they has people lined up who take from that little money he gets, how will he manage his life? It is only a living man that can belong to ASU or any other body.
All right, got your thoughts there. Barrister Emmanuel Ikechukwu.
Okay, I've really seen the part of the content of that IPPS, or what do they call it, and I looked at it that there is nothing so harmful. I don't know why, this APC government is poised towards this, not eradicating corruption, but that is curtailing corruption. I know corruption has eaten deep into the bones and marrows and the fabrics of the country. Is a way of regulating the activities of lecturers, maybe in terms of payment, and also trying to fish out ghost workers or ghost lecturers. You can see that they are fake professors that has been, but that is by the way. So it's like a kind of policy that will bring sanity, more sanity into the system. So, and the federal government is saying that when we gave you a job, we gave you a job as an individual. We didn't give everybody a job as a collective entity like ASU. So everybody will now answer his father's name. If you want to retain your job, we can see the rate of unemployment. You go and do the IPPS. You look at it. Is it going to affect me? After all, my salary will be coming to be up to date, except you have some skeleton in your cupboard. So what are you hiding? So I want to encourage them to go and enroll for that IPPS. And,
why? What about the CBN that is out? Why is CBN out?
I think we'll still get to there. Let's finish with ASU first. You can see
if
that
ASU is not there because CBN is not there, there's nothing wrong
from enrolling
in putting pressure on all of them.
Yeah, they said their own is a ministry. That ASU is not a ministry, neither an agency. But I still quite want to disagree with them. What is good for the is good for the other person too. So let's see how we can harmonize. I think if they have started with ASU, they should extend it to both the NNPC. They should not put up and say these people are sacred cows. Are you getting? So let them bring in other people and see how they can bring sanity all over the agencies and the ministries. I think that way it will portray the party in a good way that they are really fighting corruption. But if you are trying to keep ASU, now they will be feeling, what have we really done to the government? After all, we have been used to conduct elections in Nigeria. Their services are always needed. So they will now be looking at this as if they are the scapegoat now. So I want to encourage the government to extend the policies to both NNPC. They are not sacred cows. They should extend to them, see how they can also integrate them this IPPS, so that every other person will be happy that, look, I'm not the only one that this thing is affected, because other people too have been enrolled in this activity. So I believe that they need to secure their jobs, because if you lose this one you have, I've seen the content, there's nothing harmful in it. It's about regulation. So I don't know why they are having fears, except most of them were not duly employed through the right process. So they were having some certain things to fear about. So for me, they should do the needful and answer their names individually, not collectively.
All right then. Precious UTK.
Yes, Annie, I am minded to rather start from where you just stopped with my colleague, a fellow panelist. I had the privilege to address a cross-section of workers from a very reputable institution here in Rivers State. And then I told them that upon your engagement in this particular parastatal, you negotiated the terms for your employment. Now, if newer persons have come in and your employer has felt the need to place them on a higher pay, salary scale than you are earning, should I stop you from continuing your work with the employer? Yes, you have the right to. But do you have the right to insist that you must be paid better? No, I don't think. You should negotiate the terms upon which you're coming into any employment before you come in. If you're already there, you have the right to insist, but that right is also corresponding with the employer's right to agree or not. Now, I say this because ASU is agitating that because CBN is not part of CBN, FIRS, and all that are not part of the IPPS for an NNPC, for that, they will not also be part of it. That should not be their grounds. I say, I was expecting ASU to come up with a better reason why they feel they should not be part of it.
They did mention that it
dilutes the autonomy.
The autonomy. And the fact that I think who was it here? It was Sado who was trying to
Yeah.
explain certain places where they said there
face
were
of
several
ASU.
there were several infractions of a lecturer here in one university and receiving in another university, that in such cases perhaps he was there for a certain period, which is what they do within the universities. And then what is not salary per se, but they give them some sort of token for being for assisting at that moment in that university. How will all of this be captured in IPPIS? They did mention that we can give a better platform that will capture all this than the IPPIS.
Well, you see, the truth remains that ASU is not an employer of labor. So ASU should not continue to set conditions for a man who has employed them, for a government that has employed them. I have also not seen what is wrong with that post the autonomy, and in the other limb you're coming to say because the other persons are not part of it. This university autonomy thing, you see, I have not been paid to make an appraisal on this, but I would say that if you insist everything autonomy, then you should also have the autonomy to pay yourself salaries. We don't subject everything to autonomy. What we are even looking at first should be this financial autonomy, where you can go for your research and get the requisite pay. We don't subject everything autonomy. It doesn't go where. The federal government is employer of labor in this instance. Coming to say, come and enroll in this policy is not a bad one. I want to call on ASU to take it over. If ASU feels so pained not to be part of it, then let them challenge the policy in the court of law. We know a situation where Army was coming to say, Operation Identify Yourself. Persons approached the court and the court suspended it. Why can't ASU approach the court? ASU cannot continue to take laws into its hands. ASU is not a government to begin to take such decisions. Let them approach the requisite authority to interpret whether or not the action of the federal government is right in the circumstance.
All right. Okay.
Honestly, I find it very, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate that this unfortunate situation will even happen with such high caliber manpower like lecturers, that they would also allow themselves, the government, to just break into them and tear them apart. It's unfortunate. We have seen it done in this country over and over. Today, how many years ago we used to know only one labor center, Nigeria Labour Congress, and when they say Aluta Continua, everybody knows where they stand. Somehow, they got balkanized. Today, anybody, 2-3 unions can go and form a labor center and it's recognized. And so labor's power is also withheld. And then you would want to think that for a highly skilled and labor organization like ASU, you want to think that they will be so principled and they will show the way. But unfortunately, again, coming to stomach infrastructure, they've allowed themselves to come to this pass. And for me, it's very unfortunate. Where then do we look up to now? Judges can't sit and speak as one. When they shake, everybody goes their way. And it just happens everywhere. Government rights shot on everybody, and then we all scamper for safety because of our individual circumstances. And for me, it's very unfortunate. I would have loved a situation where ASU would be so strong that when they say something, they mean it, and government will have to sit down and negotiate and reason with them. Everything does not rise and fall on how much. It is not all about the money. For me, it is not all about the money. You may have right to hire. But the moment you have hired, this is an individual that you have hired. He has rights and privileges. Inalienable, you can't take away from them. They are workers, they're not slaves. So you don't wake up in the morning and then decide, because I pay you, this is the way to go today. Because I pay you, this is... In the first place, we're talking about as we enroll in the PIS.
But then again, let's not take the fact that if I do pay you, why should I insist that you pay me differently?
No, the question I'm asking is at the point, or the point of what I'm trying to make is that at the point of engagement,
Okay.
that PIS was not part of it.
Yes.
And there were laid down rules. So this is a new arrangement altogether. There are people who probably got into lecturer job because of the prevalent rules. There are people who went
Of
in
payment.
there, of payment, of freedom.
So
that
are
they
there
have.
anything?
Of
Is
the
there anything
freedom-
in that kind of payment that that allows them access to monies that they should not have access to?
Is there any monies that they are accessing that they
That's what I'm
don't have
wondering. I
access
mean,
to?
you're getting the job, and the job says I'm paying you 10 naira, right? Because I'm sure that when they go, that's what it did say. But maybe the 10 naira, yes, you paid under this system. And we're saying, okay, fine, it's still your 10 naira. We're paying you under this other system that we can coordinate and see where the 10 naira is going to. Why would anybody be too worried? If not because there are reasons why the other one was better for you. Maybe because you were accessing monies you were not supposed to access. I'm just saying.
Well, until that comes to the fore, until you are able to prove that they are actually, getting money from the system that they ought not to be getting, fine, we'll look at that. But at the moment, I honestly strongly believe that there are a lot of people who look at the academia and who went into that sector because of the every other thing that's surrounding it. That's the freedom they have to move. I mean, you go to this university, the next day you're sabbatical somewhere. The latitude that they have, and then all of a sudden you now in the middle of it because you have already engaged them under a certain kind of rules, and now in the middle of it, you now come back and tell them you must be reined in. You are now restricting them. I think it's not fair. I think if that is the situation here, and it is not fair. You need to go back to them and let them understand, probably, why, and then let them also understand. Well, you see, unfortunately, I honestly sometimes find it very, very difficult because within the government circles, you have people who were taken from the ivory towers. You have professors in the cabinet, and who have the benefit of this experience, and they are here now. The moment they cross over, you just find that they're in a different world altogether. Scarcely any of them, after political service, go back to the classroom. They are gone. And so you wonder what it is that we cannot, in this country, bring out a system that is sustainable. Whatever IPPIS stands to achieve is still difficult for me now because if, as federal government, we're talking about salaries,
Yes.
not. NMPC should be earning salaries from the same federal government.
Yeah, and it's from the federal government.
Whether they're generating or not.
CBN does.
Well, that's your job. You should generate. If you don't want to generate, go to the other side. But if you're coming here, you are paid from that
Money you generated.
from the federal government coffers. The money you are generating
You see,
is not yours.
which is where I'm still confused.
So I don't understand it.
Because we understand that agencies are supposed to send all monies to the TSA, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
So for the CBN, I don't know what CBN is the one that has the account, so I don't know whether they just send it there. On NNPC, FIRS, are these monies not sent to the TSA?
Well, ordinarily, they are supposed to be sent, but with this exclusion of this
Because
food
my assumption was that was sent to the TSA. If you send to the TSA, that means funds to pay this stuff is also gotten from the same
from the same source, yes.
Except if they don't pay into the TSA and then they from source take what they need to pay staff.
You see, this is where the issue is. So you all of us are working for the same federal government, and we are now treated differently. And again, it comes down to probably at the point of entry. Maybe this is the way the CBN job, the NMPC job, these are very lucrative jobs people look up to, and people actually prepare themselves and added value to to themselves to be able to get there. Fine, because of the conditions. And that is the same way people also, prepare themselves for the ASU job. So why in the middle of it now, you are not changing the rules for one and yet maintaining the rules for one for the other? I think if all of them are taking monies from the same federal coffers, then the rules should apply across the board. We cannot afford to treat them differently and expect the best. Except at some point, we feel that one person's job is more valuable than the other. And for me, what ASU is doing, I don't see how. Yes, I don't see how it is in any way inferior to what an NPC is doing.
No, it's not.
Or to what CBN is doing. If at the end of the day we have all the money, and then we don't have a society, what are we talking about? What are you going to do with money? Because I believe, for me, the people that build the society, that mold society, are these teachers. So, and if you come down, that is the same way we'll treat teachers at the lower level. And it is not right. It's already telling in our society. What do we have now? Our social situation. What is the situation of things in our country? And this is the thing. So if we continue to treat our critical sectors the way we do, I'm not sure we are prepared to be showing that we're prepared to build a stronger and a federal country.
Yeah, you see, Annie, I know that a man is supposed to indeed protect his source of feeding. I know that very well. But that survival instinct should also be working with the set laws, especially in this nature, the laws of the nation. The big question I've been asking to tell me that personally government is not using or employing high-handedness against ASU is that why is it that the autonomy is truly captured in the engagement provisions of ASU or universities, and then you turn around suddenly to come up with an innovation, agreed an innovation, but these people are telling you it will be practically difficult. I in my own way of looking at issues, I thought that government would have now given them time to appraise all these things and everybody come out and say, look at the reasons, like ASU said, the autonomy. If you look at it critically, you will also know that it's very restrictive as far as the system ASU has in place is concerned. Now, a professor may leave or whoever for sabbatical elsewhere. And you remember that government has already looked at those who are on secondments elsewhere as having another double payment, as it were. And this is what the IPA is trying to sever. Now, these people are telling you now, it is in our own engagement rule. There's no way. It doesn't mean, for instance, if anybody belongs to University of Port Harcourt, he can go on secondment to Shell as sabbatical or whatever. At that time he's in Shell doesn't mean that he's working for Shell permanently. He's still a staff of Uniport, which that sabbatical ends sometime. He comes back to Uniport, his permanent place of employment. But as soon as you are applying this IPIS, such will never be again. In that case, are you not now restricting ASU? Do you think they will enjoy it? There are people from the universities who cannot, even if you give them the whole money in the NNPC, they won't work there. They love this kind of thing, and that's why they have devoted their time for it. So for me, I think always dialogue is the best way. But if government is now coming out with this hard hammer of I pay you, it means perhaps maybe the Konua, whatever they said, that came out from ASU will now go in.
I believe that the explanation for CBN and others being
generating agency, money generating agency.
Yes, funds generating or
revenue generating
agencies is not enough to.
It's not
to keep them off off IPPIS. But then I still don't get the stance that the ASU has in joining, in refusing to join. Fine, if you say you have a better system. I remember when we spoke about this. If you have a better system, create it. show them how this system you have beats that which the federal government has, and how this will better the government in managing its affairs. If you propose that and there's still that standoff, then obviously this is a government that is insisting on something and not wanting to bend back. But you're not bringing forward this prototype. You're not seeking ways that you will fix what is wrong with this here, and you're not trying to amend whatever it is that takes. I don't see how. Well, I think for Sado, I think what he mentioned about the autonomy was that should in case there was a position some of the lecturers took, it was very simple for federal government to stop payments using IPPIS.
Yes,
And he says, yes, and he says this is where they feel that their autonomy will be eroded. I can get that fear. I can understand where that comes from. But in a case where you have an employer and an employee, it's a very dicey one. It's just like Opaka was saying here. We said when you first came on board, there was a pattern of payment. So it's a different thing altogether when there's a different source of payment or a different modus of payment. I'm thinking myself an example. I'm wondering if there's a setting where I was being paid here, and after a while, management decides that, okay, this is how we want to pay you. You've got to switch or get this certain verifications before we pay you. Will I now say no, that I can't do that? Because I feel that if I do that, well, I was hired on a different case.
And the organizations differ. You see, organization like the Ivory Towers, I think their own rules are different from maybe all companies and all that.
What rules will that make them
Take,
different?
for instance, this issue of the latitude of having sabbatical and all that. I said there are some of them that may go and stay for a full year. Let's say one of them in here, I know very well, is going over a year, sir. And while with the IPIS system in place, government automatically will look at him and drawing salaries from two places.
Then why don't we fix that? It's simple.
There's just no way. If it is through IPIS.
We're making it look as if this is it's a software. So if we need to fix it, it can be fixed.
You see, for me, where that day we were talking with Sado, I asked a question: why can't you people take it to court if you feel that you are very correct? And again, the other angle, because as I said, they said we can provide a software that will do this thing better. And then why are you not coming up with that? Maybe perhaps government didn't agree for them to provide it.
I've not heard where government say don't provide it.
No, because I don't know why they won't provide themselves. So these are the areas that are very dicey for me personally. I don't know why ASU is dragging on this.
I think they want to determine how the government operates. The issue is that if you're not satisfied...
Government is not from heaven, no.
If you're not satisfied with this man is the one who employs you. You resign, or you go to court to seek for further interpretation.
Simple.
So that is the only way to come out of this. Let them. I expect them to sue the federal government. Then let the court make a pronouncement on this issue instead of all this issue of yes. Let them go to court. If they think they have a very good case, they should study the policies as have been presented to them and look at it. Some of our colleagues may even encourage them
or resign.
Or that is the truth. Because as you are resigning,
for resignation, no.
No, but when you resign,
that is the truth. You don't want to go to court.
Yes, you resign. If you don't want to roll in the
decides to be reckless, you don't resign. You stand there.
No, I don't think this is government being reckless.
What I don't know is what is holding them from going to court.
Saying like we want to fix the procedure.
Being responsible.
Yes.
We want to fix
It's not the usual way. We need to step up and modify some certain things.
Government is also not liberal in this policy. If you raise a new something to interfere with an already existing system, you open the flanks very wide for negotiation.
Emmanuel, remember since when IPPS came on board? It's not this year, it's not last year.
No, when they had made this order of everybody must key into it.
Because for a long time, ASU has been standing against it.
It has been there.
The TSA has been there since Jonathan. It was not implemented. Thank you.
That's what we're saying. The same thing too with ASU. For a long time, ASU said we will not be part of this. And government has been slowly co-opting other agencies and bringing them on board. ASU kept saying, no, we will not be part of this. So for it to get to this point, it's not something that happened just within 2 months or a year.
Well, I think ASU knows why he refuses to go to. It's like federal government and Senate. Why are you? This one you don't touch my budget and all that. You see them still stay where they are.
Again,
Not go to court.
we are here. The lecturers, something. I mean, a lot of them have already put out this argument. It's easy for government at other MDS to just key in. Quite easy. But here is the ivory tower, where you expect that the lecturers will be constantly on research and adding to it. And government ought to be funding that. It's not coming. Some of the ways that they have said when they go to seminars and all of that, this is the way sometimes they are able to get money to be able to even do what they are doing. And all of a sudden, you want to stop all that. And they say, look, it is going to kill the system. Because if a lecturer sits down and he's not doing anything, he's not able to go on research, he's not able to get out and interface with others, what is happening elsewhere, go on sabbatical to some other places and know exactly how do you continue to add to
we
people
remain
who are
more
coming in
analog.
and
We
make them
remain more
prepare themselves.
Even without traveling, people can stay here and interface even with other libraries of the world.
My brother.
Yeah, that's
My
what I'm
brother.
saying. All this movement
Leave
and
that
travel,
thing.
If you are doing this, do it
doesn't make sense to
holistically.
me.
Let us get to that point where
You have your laptop, you connect to the internet, you have access to
But
any
sorry,
part of
what
the
I
world.
was thinking is that ASU cannot
Yes.
love the university environment more than the federal government that employed them.
The
for
project,
that.
yes.
No.
I say this
If it
because
is that one is
I say this
that one
because
is not.
what has stopped ASU from interfacing with the Ministry of Education to say you know better, because this is a ministry that the ministry.
No, they said they held meeting with them.
You
now.
know better that this policy we do this, we do that, and then the minister can go to the Federal Executive Council to make a presentation. But ASU is waging a war against the government that's employed them.
The truth of the matter is that government is only one-sided. They are looking at they are fighting corruption. They want to save money. That's all government is after. And now the other side of it is that we are seeing the output of these lecturers. All of us every day will complain.
Not to talk of
what
when
is-
they
what
are
the kind of quality
emasculated
of this thing they are coming
completely.
out. What are they doing? They are not adding, and all that. We are the ones complaining. I said, look, even under this circumstance, this is how difficult it is, and we are managing. And you are saying you want to even stop this. Where are you going? We are in this state when state government said, look, all schools don't collect anything from anybody. And when initially this particular term started, we heard a lot of schools crying, oh, no chalk, oh, no this and no that, before government eventually released money. Now, that is the kind of thing that probably we need to check. Maybe ASU is saying, look, you are going to kill the system. Government is not thinking so much about that. If government bothers so much, all of this would not even have happened.
Kill the system
probably
now.
wouldn't have gotten to a point where they're not saying,
position.
don't put us in.
ASU's position, if you ask me, is just their quest to keep grasping from here and there.
From money, yeah.
Let me tell you, when you see a lecturer in University A being a visiting professor in University B, being a
What's wrong with
associate professor in this, that.
Good.
Now you go here, you take pay. You go here, you take pay. Who is even paying you this? It is the same federal government, for God's sake. So if you're
Precious,
if you are employed to do a service, and the government has employed you to work in University A, and it is on your own free will that you want to go to work in University B, and University B is also paying you from the resources they are generating that you go to the federal government, and you expect that the government should fund this out and allow you be paid here, and that same ASU, the same ASU, is it the same body that's agitating for higher pay, and government increases higher pay, it still does not stop them from rendering services here and there. Let me tell you, even in legal profession, if you work in Ministry of Justice, you cannot do your private practice.
You can't.
You cannot. So there are regulations here and there. You don't just become a law unto yourself just because you have a union.
You take from
what
here.
I'm asking,
from
what
here.
I want to ask, we are still a third world country. It's not in doubt.
We're improving.
No, I'm not standing against that. So try and improve, please. What I'm saying, the ones that even if you like, call them first world, how do they do it when it comes to the issues of university? All these ones like you are talking about, you will be in University A, you will be weather supervisor or whatever in another university and all that. That's exactly what obtains there. That is how the system is. And that is why it's universal. It's quite different from you select a legal practice and select maybe civil service and all that. It's quite different.
Well,
because I tell you, like I was citing the issue of what they call this, they go to play companies and all that.
Secondment.
No, secondment, but sabbatical, good. Now, some of them go there and do enormous research. Some could go from here, Nigeria to America. While they do that, you tell me, does it not bring a better impact on our educational system? Like one point of Apaka made here, we are crying already because of their output. Not to talk of when you see this report, you don't go outside the wall to go and look for another thing that could improve our educational system. That means the university system will die. And remember that these officials of government, their children are abroad. So if it dies, it doesn't concern them.
Honestly, I think we need to be very, 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 very
So
careful with this situation that we're
if
fighting.
not for the pays that they receive
Because-
from those universities, would have to be coming with this position to stop the IPIS.
What are you talking about?
No, even if it is now because of the pays, and the pays also helps in their researches and all that. Government is not funding the researches. I don't know. No, you went to school. See, are you telling me that in the university, I think it's River State University now that the system of researches couldn't have been better if government were making funds available for researches?
With all respect, okay, man, government does. We have third fund. When I was in the university, we had third fund. These
I will
people,
tell you small about third
they
fund also.
provided, Professor Bibi Fakai then told us,
Good.
we have money, we are begging them to come and travel to do their PhDs and advance their studies. They don't want to travel. The money is just lumped there. So it's not about government saying underfunding.
They don't
government
want to travel.
I'm telling you, the lecturers are so relaxed that they don't even want to improve.
Some of them.
So, but those are still the same, those are still the same lecturers who will come to say underfunding. The funds are there. I tell you the truth. The funds are there. The lecturers are well paid.
Precious,
Ordinarily.
truly, government is underfunding the universities. This one happens where I was involved. Now, we were supposed to do one course in computer. Do you know that for that 1 year, we continued and that every time they draw this and that, Emmanuel Ndukwe will see them and read them on paper. I never saw computer and other accessories one day.
But is that what that's
But that's in the university. No, I'm telling you that that funding is part of it.
But that is not what ASU is agitating for now.
So let's not argue on the terms of underfunding. Government truly is guilty. See, what you can only tell me, do they have the funds? Then I will listen to that one again.
Visiting professors, don't we?
Yes, we do.
And sometimes we get people from outside the country visiting here. So all of a sudden, for your own people now, you want to stop them from visiting anywhere.
That is not what government
Let them
is
sit
saying.
down in that place.
Government
and you
wants to
expect
know.
that they will.
Government wants to know.
Let's not.
If you are going from here to here and you are paid, how much? Let this whole thing be
So that
captured.
they will now collect it from
Let
your
it be
salary.
captured.
Aye.
You don't.
Captured, what is-
I employ you
capturing
today as a secretary. You're going around the other offices to type in this as secretary, and they pay you there. And I'm saying I want to know when you go there. I want to know how much you're paid. I want you to be captured in the system. And also, you said we cannot subject ourselves to those who employ them.
All right, then. We'll leave this argument.
They should
for
go
what
to
it is.
court. They should go to court.
Even myself, that is not one of the ASU members. Now, if
You're
I
seriously
need,
holding brief for
for
them.
instance,
They should brief us properly.
Exactly.
what I'm saying, for instance, as I'm working in Today FM, now there's one program maybe Nigeria Info is doing, and they have me as a resource person. You say I shouldn't go? No. You see, that let us
Your
check
employer is saying you will
No,
go,
hold
but
on.
let us know how I'm
I
going
don't
to go.
think
Who will pay
if
you
you go
there?
there, they're going to pay you.
No,
Your
if they
salary.
they give. You see, these things are not like salary. Wani. No, it's not like salary. What is given to lecturers on secondment and all that?
I think what
It's not salary.
Exactly. This I think-
70% of
hold
our
on.
lecturers, sorry, please, when we're in
I
school,
think what the government is saying is that you go here and you receive salaries.
You go here
and
and
I'm
receive-
sure that they know what salary is. If they're giving you something for coming there,
It's quite different.
It's different.
It's quite different. Yes.
So if they say no, we see lecturers who are earning in different
Places.
It's not. I don't think they're talking about when you go there and you render certain services and then you're giving certain funds for that. Then it captures as
Like
you-
allowance.
Exactly.
It's quite different from
But
salary, basic
I'm
salary.
saying even if that is causing the confusion, there can be a system that is set up that
Yes.
shows this. that shows that this person is going to be at this place at this time and he will be receiving this allowance, and it would not show salaries. It can be done. It's a software. So if there's any way you can have these extra inputs that would determine this as per the movements of these lecturers, if they need to move to another place, it can be done.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Which is not
such modification can be effected. But I don't know why you see this center. Government doesn't want to come to this center. ASO doesn't want to come to this center. Both of them are
They don't
running
want to be
away.
exposed.
Eh?
Double earnings. They don't want to be exposed.
It's all right.
All right. Okay. The news update comes up next. Thank you very much. Stay with us while we come back. We'll continue with another topic for Opinion Poll.
Court, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update at Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed some suits seeking to remove the acting chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Ibrahim Magu. The plaintiffs had sought Magu's removal on the grounds that the Senate had twice rejected his appointment and refused to screen him to take up the position in a substantive capacity. They argued that Magu, who has been acting as the EFCC chairman since 2015 after being rejected by the Senate, was not fit to continue to serve in that capacity. Justice Ijoma Ojukwu, who delivered the judgment, however, held that there was a lacuna in the law but not providing for the time frame within which a person could act as EFCC chairman. Lecturers at the University of Port Harcourt have resolved to withhold the 2018-2019 students' results until they resolve the issue between the university management and the union. Uniport chapter chairman of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Austin Sado, disclosed this while briefing newsmen at the university campus at Delta Park. Sado, who spoke to his members outside the locked ASO secretariat, maintained that the union is resolute and will not allow anyone infringe on their rights as an individual and stakeholders of the school. He further stressed that the union will not release students' results until the university is willing to resolve issues with them. The Labour Party in Rivers State has advised Governor Nyesom Wike to allow the newly appointed commissioners the freedom to function effectively. The Rivers State chairman of the party, Prince Favour, gave the advice following the screening and confirmation of the 13 commissioner nominees by the Rivers State House of Assembly. Favour said that it is the only way Rivers people can determine which of the appointees is failing in his or her duties, saying that was the reason his party has always called for the appointment of people with proven integrity. And on the foreign scene, France is enduring severe disruption as millions of workers threaten to strike in protest at being forced to retire later or face reduced pensions. School and transport workers will join police, lawyers, and hospital and airport staff in a general walkout. France's largest nationwide strike in years was agreed by unions unhappy with President Emmanuel Macron's plans for a universal points-based pension system. Authorities have been trying to put in place plans to mediate the disruption. And that's how we wrap up on the news update. Thank you for listening. Have a good morning.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hello, welcome to Raleigh Academy on Radio. This is an e-business and e-investment education program series brought to you by Raleigh Academy. Raleigh Academy is a company that offers services in online businesses, investment and financial education for anyone looking for an opportunity or opportunities to create a new stream of income or add to their current stream of income. This is a special end-of-the-year edition, and it promises to be very loaded. In today's program, we'll be looking at the Raleigh Academy e-business Megaton Expo with a theme, Guarantee Your Success in 2020. The Raleigh Academy e-business Megaton Expo with a theme, Guarantee Your Success in 2020. And in the studio with me is an e-trader,
and an online entrepreneur with Raleigh Academy. He's a London-trained trader. He studied at the London School of Business and Finance and the London Academy of Trading. He also has a certification on technical analysis from FX Wizard in Cyprus. He has over 6 years of experience in technical analysis and trading. He's an online business expert. Please make welcome Michael Akinwale. Thanks for joining us on the program today.
Thank you so much, Lekon. It's a beautiful day to be in the studio.
You know, sometimes I get tempted to call you Dr. Michael Akinwale. All right, so we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll get to talk about the Megathon Expo in preparation for the year 2020. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're listening to Raleigh Academy on your radio. And we have a guest in the studio, Michael Akinwale. Thanks once again for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so let's start with the company, Raleigh Academy. Tell us more about it.
Okay, thank you so much, Lekon. It's a beautiful day to be in the studio. My name is Michael Akinwale once again. I'm an online entrepreneur. That means I do several online businesses. The company I work with, Raleigh Academy, is actually a global e-business education brand. The head office of the company is actually in Europe. And from Europe, they actually have a rep office in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Ibadan, and in Abuja, right here in Nigeria. And the focus of the company is to connect people with inspirational experiences to the opportunities when it comes to making money online. I think everybody's aware right now that when it comes to money making, you cannot delete the internet. And so Raleigh Academy is here to see how we can use the internet to make ourselves more financially free.
Interesting. Michael Akinwale is a serial online entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
I like that. Well, the year 2020 is just some few weeks away. How would you rate 2019 as it relates to doing business online?
Well, I'm going to be very, very frank with you. 2019 has actually been a very, very great year. At least when you compare to the data from 2018, it's been absolutely great. For instance, even our company, Raleigh Academy, last year we had a branch just in Lagos and in Port Harcourt. And with doing business online, right now we have office in Ibadan and then we have an office in Abuja. So we're actually making progress. So 2019 has been a great year. Apart from that, by middle of this year, internet users in Nigeria entered 120 million people. And it is data has shown that the more we have internet penetration, it helps to reduce poverty. So it means Nigeria is also making some progress when it comes to doing business online. Also, a company like Alibaba is the biggest e-commerce platform in Asia. You won't believe it, in one day, 2019, they were actually able to break their record of 2018 by selling $38 billion in a day. So anytime you see such progress, it lets you know that things are actually improving. And globally, internet users has entered 4.4 billion globally. That's a lot of progress compared to last year. So I can tell you 2019 has been a great year. And from the data we are getting, it lets us know that 2020 will be a greater year. Everybody should prepare for it.
Okay, so everyone should prepare for 2020
Absolutely.
to tap into the opportunities on the online.
Absolutely.
All right, to round up the year, you said Raleigh Academy is having the e-business Megathon Expo. What is the major objective of this expo?
Now, this expo is the biggest and most important online and investor education event right here in Nigeria and in Africa. And I can tell you, you can't afford to miss it. We're going to be doing it in just 3 cities in Nigeria for this conference. The first place is Lagos, then Port Harcourt, and then Ibadan. Those are major places that we believe people actually need to get online in Nigeria. And we have 3 major objectives. The first one is what I call information. I believe the more the information you have in life, the better your decisions will be. And you need to get information on how to make better business decisions in 2020. For instance, data has shown, like in a place like Nigeria, that online e-commerce and financial technology in Nigeria is strengthening by the growth of the youth population. In Africa right now, Nigeria has the largest population of youths. And as this youth population are growing, it means they need to eat something, they need to wear clothes, they need to go online and do stuff. And all these youths have telephone. So we have a big, huge consumer market right now in Nigeria. Now, you won't believe it. This year, about $12 billion was sold online in e-commerce.
Wow.
And it is estimated that by 2025, in a year, we're going to be selling $75 billion in a year. Which means e-commerce is a business everybody should get into right now. Why? Nigeria has a big consumer base, and those consumer base, they are generating out the habit of shopping online. So e-commerce is a great place to be online. Also, when it comes to things like e-trading, the number of traders are increasing online. More people are coming into the business of e-trading, which means volatility is increasing. It also means liquidity is increasing, which means when you are trading now, you can actually make more money. So things like e-commerce and e-trading we're going to be looking at this conference. Then the second objective of this conference is what I call motivation. Sometimes as a human being, you need to change your fuel that is driving you. We call it motivation, and motivation determines speed. So one of the things we're going to do at this conference is to see how we can motivate you to begin to run faster. And thirdly, education. No matter how motivated you are in life, if you are not properly educated, it can lead to frustration. It's like having the best car, but the car is facing the wrong direction. I get my point. So you are moving, but you're not making progress. So one of the things we're going to do at this conference is to educate you on some of these online businesses. And guess what? At the end of that conference, at least one of that objectives must be achieved. So you can't afford to miss it.
Wow. Information, motivation, and education. Well, this is sounding very inviting. Can you break down some of the things people will be educated on at the Megathon Expo?
Okay, let me start from e-trading. In e-trading, we're going to be looking at opportunities to make profit in the year 2020. For instance, in this year 2019, most of the opportunities in the e-trading market was brought in by the Brexit problem.
Okay.
And so we made a lot of money with euros, with pounds, and with US dollars. So at this expo, we're going to be looking at what are the things that will drive the market in 2020. Because the more you know about this that are going to drive the market, then you can plug into the opportunity to maximize your success in the year 2020. So apart from those things, we're also going to be helping you to open your e-trading account. We're going to look at commodities trading, looking at stocks trading, currencies trading. How do you buy? How do you sell? When is the best time to buy and sell? And then these tools and strategies that top traders in the world actually use to succeed. We're going to look at them at this expo. Also, in e-commerce, we're going to look at how to start your e-commerce platform. Now we have a company in Nigeria that has an app that when you register on the app, that app automatically creates a website for you where you can sell your product. So selling products online has become very easy. You don't need to go and look for one guru education or how to do e-commerce website. We're going to be looking at all those things at this expo. Then how do you find profitable niches? How to analyze market opportunities? How to define your target customers? Then how to do drop shipping? All these things, we're going to be educating people at this Megathon Expo. And I tell you, you need to be there.
This is looking very, very great already. I know you've had one or two expos in the past. What makes this expo, the Megathon Expo, a unique one?
Well, there are several reasons. Number one, majorly, is the quality of resource person. Apart from our normal resource persons in Nigeria, we are bringing all our experts from our head office in Europe. Okay. So it's going to be a packed conference. And in the spirit of the celebration season and the new year, we are going to be giving out a lot of gifts at this expo. And because the company is growing also, Rally Academy, we actually have more bigger gifts to give this year. For instance, people will be going with generators. We're going to go with televisions, laptops, Android tablets, telephones, latest books on e-trading, which one can actually use in trading. They were going to be giving out free capital. And we're giving out bigger capital this time. People are going with 100,000, 150,000, 200,000, and they're going to be giving out our Megathon bonus. Those are big bonuses that you can actually use to boost your trading account. So for instance, at the expo, we give out 105% bonus, 150% bonus, 200% bonus. I can tell you, when you come for this expo, you can't go back the same. You must go home with something. And apart from that, because I'm going to be spending about 3-4 hours, we'll also be serving a light refreshment.
Wow.
Which we don't do at our normal expos. I can tell you, that's what makes this expo different. And you have to be there, I can tell you that.
Well, Megathon indeed. How much does it cost to attend the Megathon Expo?
Well, it's absolutely free of charge. This is an expo that sometimes I fly abroad to attend. It's coming to you live in Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Ibadan. It's free of charge. You don't need to pay for any ticket. Just take your cab and start coming. And I can tell you, you don't need to pay anything. So no matter who you are, you can be a business person, an employee, an investor, a retiree, a job seeker, even housewife. As long as you want to succeed in 2020, you have to be at this expo. And it's free of charge to attend.
Can you tell us the dates, the time, and venue of this expo here in Port Harcourt, and how people can register to be a part of it?
The Megathon Expo will be taking place for just one day. One very powerful day. Right here in the city of Port Harcourt. I can tell you, you can't afford to miss it. Just one powerful day. The date the expo is taking place is Friday, the 6th of December, 2019. Friday, the 6th of December, 2019. And on that day, the event will be starting at 10 a.m. prompt. 10 a.m. prompt. I can tell you, you need to be there on time so you can get a comfortable seat to sit. The very event on that day will be at the Mega Hall of L.A. Kings Hotel. Mega Hall of L.A. Kings Hotel, 31 Serum Road, opposite First Bank, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. The mega hall of LA Kings Hotel, number 31, Stadium Road, opposite First Bank, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. It's also very, very important that you register to be at this event so we know you're coming and we can pay for you. And the register is very simple. All you need to do is send an SMS to your phone number and then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. If you want to attend on that day, SMS the word PH. PH is short for Port Harcourt. So send the word PH to this phone number 0708 955 5992. The telephone number again 0708 955 5992. Let me tell you the number the last time for those who are just getting it 0708 955 5992. So send the word PH, which is short for Port Harcourt, to that phone number, and your seat is reserved to be at this event. And we're like Academy, we're looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
So what else should participants expect to benefit at the Megathon Expo?
Well, I know people are surprised that we are still asking what else people benefit. Well, apart from the gifts you have listed, we've also come up with a research material, which is some DVDs and some videos or materials on the businesses that people can do in 2020 and guarantee their success. Remember, the theme of this expo is guarantee your success in 2020. So at this expo also, we're going to be giving out a DVD on the research we have done on the businesses that you can do in the year 2020 and succeed. So the first 100 people to register to be at this expo will actually be getting this video. Just the first 100. So begin to send the SMS right now so that you can pick your seat to take the DVD. Also, we're going to be giving out our biggest bonus in the year 2019. Since we have been doing our program since January, we've never given out this big bonus. It's our 150% bonus. And every participant can actually have access to this big bonus. So come and pick up your DVD, come and get your 150% bonus, and I can tell you, it makes 2020 a great year to be in.
All right, a Megathon Expo indeed. All you need to do is just register to be a part of it.
Absolutely.
Before we go, can you tell us the dates, the venue, and time of the expo, and how people can register to be a part of it?
The Megathon Expo will be taking place for just one day. One very powerful day. Right here in the city of Port Harcourt. I can tell you, you can't afford to miss it. Just one powerful day. The date the expo is taking place is Friday, the 6th of December, 2019. Friday, the 6th of December, 2019. And on that day, the event will be starting at 10 a.m. prompt. 10 a.m. prompt. I can tell you, you need to be there on time so you can get a comfortable seat to sit. The very event on that day will be at the Mega Hall of LA Kings Hotel. Mega Hall of LA Kings Hotel, 31, Stadium Road, opposite First Bank, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. The Mega Hall of LA Kings Hotel, number 31, Stadium Road, opposite First Bank, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. It's also very, very important that you register to be at this event so we know you're coming and we can pray for you. And the register is very simple. All you need to do is send an SMS to your phone number and then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. If you want to attend on that day, SMS the word PH. PH is short for Port Harcourt. So send the word PH to this phone number 0708 955 5992. The telephone number again 0708 955 5992. Let me tell you the number the last time for those who are just getting it 0708 955 5992. So send the word PH, which is short for Port Harcourt, to that phone number, and your seat is reserved to be at this event. And we're like Academy, we're looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Michael Akinwale, for the great knowledge you've shared on the program today. Key into this opportunity and be a part of the Megathon Expo. Bye for now.
Been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
Welcome back. 21 minutes has gone past the hour of 10. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM. One more story from the opinion poll. For the opinion poll today, we're looking at the story from the Punch newspaper, Almajiri time bomb. NSA raises fresh concern. ACF leaders knocks governors. Almajiri time bomb. NSA raises fresh concern. ACF leaders knocks governors. And it says here, the National Security Advisor, Major General Babagana Mongonu, on Wednesday raised a fresh concern over the Almajiri system in the north, saying the country could no longer afford to sweep it under the carpet. Mongonu, who spoke at the launch of the National Security Strategy 2019 by President Muhammadu Buhari, said the Almajiri issue must be addressed as part of the solution to insecurity in the country. The new security roadmap is a revised version of the first strategy that was launched in 2014 to address present-day security challenges. At the event, Buhari said that a safer, secure nation was the main objective of the federal government's new security strategy. He said this will be implemented through collaboration between all the security agencies and ministries and departments and agencies of the government. But explaining further the strategy, Mongonu explained how evolving security trends called for the urgency to introduce methods different from what was applicable 5 years ago. He cited how armed conflicts in the Sahel region had a connection with the insurgency, banditry, and kidnapping affecting Nigeria, adding that in the Niger Delta, the emergence of criminal gangs, piracy, and pipeline vandalism was also linked. However, Mongonu disclosed that embedded in the new strategy was a comprehensive approach to address poverty, healthcare delivery challenges, and out-of-school children, particularly the Almajiri system. He stated it addresses the current threats faced by the Nigerian nation, as well as those threats that are anticipated to emerge in the near future. We have also preferred an appropriate strategy to address these threats, which demand a whole-of-government approach in combination with a whole-of-nation to achieve a whole-of-societal approach in dealing with these challenges. Citing how the Almajiri system could overwhelm Nigeria in the future, the NSA spoke in detail. Rooted in the strategy are issues that may not be visible to the naked eye, but have tended to be malignant to cause greater problems to the society. Fundamentally, we're going to take care of these problems. We need to try and safeguard the fast-growing young population of Nigeria. And guess what? We need to look at issues of poverty, eradication, and illiteracy. The issue of illiteracy is directly linked to the issue of children not going to school. This Almajiri phenomenon, which we have been talking about, we cannot continue to push it under the carpet. Eventually, it will come back to bite us in the butt. Big time. We need to deal with this issue, and it is the responsibility of all of us to try and take care of this issue without inhibition. I will tell you one thing, the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, in its pursuit for greater and enhanced security, will not allow itself to be blackmailed or handcuffed by the disarming philosophy of compliance with certain aspects that are social-cultural in nature. We must grab the bull by the horns and deal with these issues. Mongonu said the state-centric approach to security had been jettisoned by the government with the launch of the new roadmap. And here you have Emir of Gusau in Zamfara State, says he's Alhaji Ibrahim Bello. He strongly condemned the Almajiri system. The Emir, in an interview with one of the Punch correspondents, said the Almajiri system was a terrible situation that needed to be controlled before it went out of control. He said if the system is left to continue, it will come to a time when those children will turn out to be hardened criminals, thereby causing security threats to the country. The Emir said Islam did not encourage Almajiri system. There is nowhere in the Holy Quran or teachings of Prophet Muhammad where the Almajiri system is allowed. It is against the religion of Islam to send children away from their parents to become Almajiri. It is a bad practice. And then the ACF. On his part, the Secretary General of the IRA Consultative Forum, Anthony Sani, urged the Northern governors to support the NSA in tackling the issue of Almajiris. Sani, who spoke with one of the correspondents of the Punch in Kaduna, expressed concern that the issue of Almajiris has been constituting security challenges for many years. He said the world has now put the North as the hub of out-of-school children in the world. When you consider that Almajiris constitute a larger proportion of the out-of-school children who will grow up to become security menace, then you appreciate the concern expressed by the National Security Advisor. This is a clarion call to the government to outlaw the practice of Almajiri outside their immediate communities. That was what the Premier of Northern Nigeria did. Northern governors must take up the challenges of overcoming practice of Almajiri through well-organized public schools that can combine both Western and Arabic education. All right, so let's get to the point. I know a couple of people who allow their kids to have Arabic education, but after the hours of school. In fact, as a matter of fact, I had one person yesterday talking about how she's looking for a school that closes by 3, so that there's enough time for her daughter at least to relax before she goes for Almajiri school later in the evening. She says, because this happened. Arabic school. Her daughter goes for Arabic schools every evening. And she says the school she's presently had her daughter enrolled in, they close about 4, and it's about the same time the Arabic school starts. So usually it's in the vehicle that she's changing her uniform and trying to get ready. And that she's sorry for the young girl having to go through all that. So she wants a school that has less time, perhaps closes by 2 or so the daughter can rest before Arabic school. These are people who, of course, want to continue with their belief and passing on their belief to their kids, and said you will learn Arabic teachings, but also understand the import of education and know that you must first of all have formal education, as it were, here in Nigeria. So, and they're all from the North. So I don't understand the disconnect where you have folks in the North who all they do will just send their kids far and decide that they're going for Islamic studies, for Arabic teachings. And so somebody from Kano will send their kids all the way to Sokoto, and you're finding 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds being sent on these trips. These are people from the North who already understand why they need to have formal education alongside Arabic teachings if that's what they want, but they know how to manage it. So within the North, I'm wondering, are they not speaking to themselves? Don't they understand that there's a difference to approach in these things? You can still have the two, but in a manner where you don't have your kids constituting a nuisance.
You see, Annie, it's always what we say, some of us, that the issue is on leadership. Because when you are talking about speaking, like this one person you mentioned, I believe there are scores of others who are doing the same thing, because they now see the importance of both of them. Even myself, who don't know much about the Northern life, I think every child from the North should not be denied the Arabic school something at all, because that's what more or less they have learned and they have been following. And if they become experts in Arabic, what is wrong with that? But this particular Western education, where they can learn all these other ones in basic education and all the rest of them as they want to go as far as, they should learn it. Like this person you mentioned is building that particular child's future. But where you now send, for instance, you are going to the Arabic school from Sokoto to Maiduguri, and then you don't know, is it not what we are saying, and later on they find some of them locked up and all that? Or is it that one another thing? I don't understand. But if it is that, then there is K-leg. Apologies to those who established that K-leg issue. Now, if you notice that something is not bringing out the much expected result, is it not better you try another style? For me, Arabic is very important as far as the northern side is concerned. You don't do anything to... For instance, if government comes up today and says, we ban Arabic schools and all that, you see most of these youths there will not attempt going to any other form of school. And who will come up with policies? I think the governors of the northern region, all of them, they could individually, because sometimes it may be very difficult to reach a consensus on this kind of issue. But if a particular governor initiates that, because I don't think it's against any constitutional provision, As soon as one single governor initiates it, you see others will take cue from that. So for me, it is what the governors will do. But on the part of federal authorities, I always say, if we believe we have won Nigeria, that's one thing. Now you find out certain problems in the north, that the Amajiri system is not helping the north and all that. If you want to draw up a curriculum, because of some peculiarities, they should also establish schools for them that will teach, like they established this. Was it not Amajiri schools also
Yes.
they established? Is it helping? Is it helping? Is it not what they are saying that you
Is
stop?
it even functioning?
That is
because
it.
I remember when the current governor now was then Minister for Education,
Yes.
State Minister for Education. He did push that
Build,
program on
for them.
Marjorie schools.
So-
So I don't know whatever happened to that plan.
So for me, I think government, federal and at the regional levels, should look at establishing schools that will serve this dual purpose, give them this Western education that others are going through, as well as that Arabic is key to them. If you remove it, now you've made them disinterested, they won't go to school again and all that. And illiteracy fuels criminality all around. So the problem is for the governors there. So if SCF is knocking them, let them knock them hard, but not to knock them to kill them.
All right.
Let them knock them hard to understand the importance of education.
All right. Okay. All right.
It's a policy, and North has its own peculiarity and the approach to education. Anything that will help to at least fear, when you don't open them to all those teachings that in what they believe. Here we believe, we are Christians, we believe in the teaching of Christ, and in their own side, they believe in the Prophet Muhammad and his teachings also. And looking at getting yourself acquainted with a better education, I think it is proper to guide some of these policies properly so that we don't have a kind of fracas. And leaving the children to be roaming about, endangering themselves, turning into criminals and becoming hoodlums is something we'd also need to, just like Ogema said, if they can put up a system where both teachings will be done in one place. Instead of, after you finish this one, we'll now go for another section. It will also alleviate the challenges faced by those parents and also the children. Because when you don't manage that time properly and be conscious of it, you may end up exposing those children to some kind of attacks or to some kind of society influence that may have adverse effect on them. So whatever teachings anybody acquires that will help this country to move forward, I don't have any issue with that. But what would be the problem is where some of these children were exposed. Like in Kanu, we learned there were a place where they were kept and they were being molested. And when you expose them, you see them enter into some kind of serious trouble that will hinder their proper development and growth. So some of these policies, the government should also review them. And some of the northern governors should also help us to see how they can manage these Amajiri issues. And we have been hearing much of these Amajiri schools where teachings of these are made and trying to integrate them properly. If you remove that curriculum from them, you can see some of them will not be interested to go to school because it has been part of them. It has been embedded in them. So I believe the right thing should be done, and we can continue to have understanding and move on as a nation.
Precious UDK.
You see, this Amajiri system is a time bomb, like they rightly noted. It is a doom impending. The storms are gathering, and when it will fall, we may not be able to comprehend it. I like though to me it's coming somewhat late, but I like the fact that the National Security Advisor had been able to assemble his facts and quickly has come up with this position. First, this Amajiri system, it's like the recurring decimal in when we're doing a mathematics class back days. Successive governments come, they talk about this Amajiri system, its menace, yet none has been able to appropriately come up with ways to tackle it. You had rightly read to us how this woman, the said woman in question, is trying to manage the time for the daughter to be able to learn this and learn that. Now, how do you now juxtapose that with those of our brothers and sisters in the northern part of Nigeria who we have children at the age of 3, at the age of 4, at just that infancy level? You send your children to distant places to go and acquire Islamic education. And then, in most instances, you're not very sure of these places you're sending them to. You're not very sure that indeed what they are going to learn there will be Islamic education in its entirety. When these children go there, they begin to teach them extremist teachings, anti-societal teachings, teachings that will not help society. And then tomorrow, they grow up with these teachings and become a clog in the wheel of the security of the state. First, there is a need to abolish it. You see, when we talk about religion, it's just like the time when they said Erofai wanted churches to register. I supported it. Because, in fact, in this part of the world, if you don't want to get in the bad books of people, don't even talk about religion. But we must address it because it's becoming a problem to the growth of this country. If you want to run an institution to teach Islamic studies, first, the place should be documented. Security apparatus should know about the existence of that place. The children that want to school there should also be documented so that you know these are the teachers, these are the students, these are the children who are coming in to learn there. If we leave it for anybody to wake up any day at the discretion of whoever wants to open these educational centers, it will not go well with the country. We will continue to run into these troubles. That is why you see very eminent Islamic scholars coming to say Boko Haram is not representing the true position of Islam. Islam is a religion of peace. So who has taught them the other one? It starts with this Ahmadiyya system. So there is a need for government to quickly, I don't want to even say ban because it could mean sounding a bit immodest. Let me say government has to checkmate the growth, existence of these Ahmadiyya schools and outlets here and there. And then parents. I keep talking about parents when it has to do with issues concerning children, adolescents, and all that. Parents should also be appropriately cautioned. When you have a child, your first responsibility is to inculcate the ethics and ethos of the family, of the society, to the child or children as the case may be. If the child has grown to the age where he or she can make decisions for himself, that is when you can say, okay, go to so and so place and school, where you may not be able to monitor the child minute to minute, hour to hour. But the situation where you just have a child and in that infancy level, you send the child to a place you probably may not have been to, and tomorrow the child develops into something ridiculous to the society, it is wrong. So I welcome in its entirety the position of the National Security Advisor. I want to pray that revelation is something that should be given every attention. Not just the governors, it should not be left to the governors alone. The federal government should also come up with policies that will help. Because today, we are just talking about it. Tomorrow, this was just how Boko Haram also came. Somebody could be out there now grooming another set of terrorists in the name of religious studies, be it Christian religion, be it Islamic religion. Tomorrow, these people grow to be something different from the ethical values of the particular religion. So the federal government, the state governments, whoever that should care, should take very drastic measures in stopping whether what we call Amajiri is giving birth to a child and sending the child to go and acquire religious studies in another place or what, let it stop. Let the religious centers be appropriately documented, and let the children going to school there also be documented. Let us know that child A from so and so place by so and so parents will be coming and is learning so and so thing, and let whatever they are teaching the guide be also made, let the security apparatus be seized with it, so that we know exactly what they are teaching these children, so that they don't grow to be something different from what they should grow up with. This is my take.
Okay, we're good there. Opakalokubo.
I don't want to talk about it as if this is a new phenomenon or just a new very new issue, and that is the way for me the National Security Advisor appears to be sounding. You're now calling on governors. Judgment Day is already here. As far as this issue of Almajiri is concerned, and I think at the most what they're doing now is like trying to manage the damage. Doing damage control. That's what is happening. If ever used politics, played with it, and then, how do you enlighten people remain in a particular place and before your very eyes this was happening? You could see children coming out doing nothing. There is no structure. The Amajiri system, the way I see it, somebody, yes, at that early age you put the person in this school, and at a certain time the person probably ought to graduate out of it. And then to where? To nowhere, to the streets. And this is happening within an environment where there has been leadership, political leadership, seeing it, but have been probably using them to further their political interests. Today, that monster had been grooming, had grown to an extent where it has made life very difficult even for the big men to sleep with their two eyes closed. And they're waking up to it, it's an issue. Well, it's okay, thank God they have woken up. But I hope they will be serious. Because the damage is already done. We're talking about Boko Haram here, we're talking about bandits here, and you're asking, where are all these ones coming from? At the very tender age, you can send a child to a particular place, is training for what? Arabic. There's nothing wrong with that one. But when there is no proper planning and a structure as to after this, what then happens? You move from primary 1 to 6. After that, you go to a secondary school. From there, you go to a university where you are learning upon learning, and then your developmental stage, you are adding to it to that point where you become a mature person. You are now able to stand on your own. But this is a system that I think in their teenage years, they get through with it. And there is nowhere else. It appears just the thing just terminates there. And all the children know about is they are able to recite the Quran, and that is all they know. So how do they survive in those places? In those places? You have not given them any skills to survive. Nothing. And so they just stick to anything to survive. And they've just constituted a menace now. They're now a very big army. An army of just anything. And they can be anything. They can just be anything. So we are here, and we are in it. It is going to take a lot. The previous administration did so much. We heard so much of it. Was on the front burner. They had Almajiri schools. We had the Almajiri whatever plannings they had. The education ministry had plans for them, and there were a few schools were even opened at that time. And it was so much in the news that something was happening. All of a sudden, everything fizzled out. we are still, as it were, doing this with almost everything. Only every government that comes in wants to initiate its own and believe that that is the best. But what happens? Probably the moment you just leave, another one comes and jettisons it. Who says that this call that he's making now, another government comes and they will not look for something else to do? What happened to the other one? Why did you not continue with it? Because it belonged to somebody, because somebody else did it? What is it? Was it really until we remove politics from some of these things? And we have said we must insulate education, health from politics to security. These are issues that we cannot afford to allow politics determine what we do or what we don't do. But they have left it, and now all of a sudden it appears they have the best, brightest ideas about how to do it. I don't know how far they will go, but I honestly think that if they truly put their mind to it and actually believe that, bring the political will to bear, truly see it really as a problem, and then deal with it, we probably will be able to salvage something. At least not add to the already raging inferno, stop it from somewhere. But for now, honestly, they should not just think about the incoming ones, they should think about containing the ones that we already have. Because they are already causing a serious problem.
Yeah, I was reading when he says, I think it was the ACF secretary who was saying, they will constitute a nuisance in the future. And I was trying to talk, it's happening right now. The ones who were 5'4" some 10 years back are part of the issues we're facing now. The ones who were in that system some 15 years ago are running amok within us and creating cult groups. I remember then when there were rampant religious crisis then up north, and then one of the questions was, how was it so quick to see young people coming out trying to burn down religious institutions, particularly churches at that time? Like that, before you know it, they've swam over. And I said, because you've got Almajiri boys who are just waiting for somebody to give them 2,000 naira, 3,000 naira, and tell them, take this keg of petrol and go here, get us 10, 15 people. And they have them ready to do that. And they don't have a particular address. You don't have them registered anywhere. So they come out, do the havoc they've done, and then disappear again under the cloak of unknown humans. So until we begin to understand how terrible this is for us, because somebody says you're just as wealthy as your next neighbor. If you're so wealthy, you build high towers, and everybody around you is poor. One day they'll come over those towers and
pull it down.
And pull it down.
If you can't open the gate.
So for the rest of us who might think, we're isolated, the truth is that we're not. At some point when the numbers of this kind of people continue to increase, they would take that anger and pour on the rest of us who they think are privileged. Oh, you have it all.
Monganu said exactly what you're saying.
You have it all, so we're coming to get you. So he said, bite you in the butt and bite you hard.
And they're already doing it.
And so,
but of course, it's going around.
And I see that, of course, the government of the day had tried certain things to get, some of these people back to school. When they said part of the reasons why they're doing the school feeding program was to lure some of these people to school. But I'm particular about what happened to the Almajiri schools. It might not be a project that they felt was delivering on a core at that time, but at least it kept some of these Almajiris out of the streets. So why did you have to shut that down? If they didn't shut it down, then I don't understand why we're not getting any results from that area. Plus, why are they not rounding up these kids and finding their parents? Because you have to be, sometimes you just need to initiate a move. So get the kids where your parents and take them to their parents. I remember somebody saying, by the time we begin to punish the parents of the kids for having their kids outside, we might never get to the point. I remember, I think it was here when we discussed it, when we said, well, we must realize, when we talked about some of the kids at the airport here.
Yeah.
And we said, until we begin to punish parents for that, but somebody did mention that, well, we must also look at the fact that some families are very poor, and need some of their kids to go. I think I was talking about kids who were picking
snails
and stuff. And he said we need their kids to go and do some of this. But if it's supposed to be the period where they're in school, then you begin to punish the parents. So unless we do that, so you have parents of Almajiri who are all over the north or wherever they are. In fact, some are here too. Just park your car in any traffic jam and they'll pour out. If you're able to trace the parents and then you jail them, they will begin to pack their children and keep them at home. And of course, one of the biggest problems too, especially for the north, has been the issue on childbirth.
Just what I wanted to say.
You can't decide that I'm going to have 15 children and marry 4 wives and God would take care of, and then you put them on the streets. God is not on the streets.
Anybody, you see what?
God is not on the streets, but take them back to your house. If God will feed them, well, take them, put them in your house, and find the food God will provide inside your house, not on the streets. Nobody says.
No, but Annie, is that a Almajiri system? Is it a culture?
It's a culture.
It's a culture.
It's a culture.
And if it is, it will be difficult to start fishing out the parents because it's an entrenched culture. It's not as if the law has removed the culture. I don't know if you understand what I mean.
What they do usually is that they know of a particular Islamic cleric.
Yeah.
I know about this person in Sokoto, and so I'm going to send my kids there. So here in this particular mosque, they gather all the kids and then they send to that place. So the mosque here in Kano, perhaps, they're sending them down to Sokoto, knows where they send them to.
Yeah.
So if there was a need to trace, you could always go through that
so
same
back
to that place. Then that mosque will now start telling you whose parents brought who.
Those are people that do adoption.
And then you start tracing the families that way. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I know it's going to be very difficult, especially the fact when some families just up and move and forget that they have a child.
But and it does show that the system also encourages parents to just give birth indiscriminately.
Of course, because they are taking away the responsibility.
The responsibility is off you.
Yes,
you give it to somebody. And
just bring them out. Just bring them out,
and then
take them off.
Keep proliferating.
And at one point, when the emir of Kano tried to speak about it, of course, there was a lot amongst them. They were condemning him. How dare you tell us how many kids our culture allows us? So it's very difficult. Do you know what? As much as we want to look at that, I know that even on this part in the south here, it's going to be very difficult to tell somebody too that you're going to cap your kids at 3. They might not want to have plenty here, but they also don't want to know that you want to restrict me.
Nobody's here. The economy is restricting people. They are just nobody.
Hold on, like I said.
People.
I said even here in the south, I'm not sure anybody is ready to hear you're going to have only 3 children. I'm not sure anybody wants to hear that.
No, nobody wants to.
They want to. Yes, they naturally let it come from them. So it's the same
but
thing.
You need to sensitize them, and it's happening every day in the churches. You hear this. I mean, pastors tell you clearly. Bring children that you can take care of. Nobody gonna beginning. I mean, we're beginning to face out those days where you think that there's an uncle somewhere, there is an auntie somewhere where you have to take your child to. This one will take care of this one. This one you are distributing your children.
But I mean, it's still here where I see very poor. I see very poor families, especially when we go and do certain social services. And you want to reach out to the very poor, and you still see those ones with 6, 7 children.
Very true.
And I'm wondering,
what is their problem?
What are you doing with 6, 7 children?
Very true.
Now you have 6, 7 children. You're looking for who wants housemaids. You're looking for who wants to have an apprentice, and you take care of their feeding. You don't know what's going to happen to that child
and
while they're there.
Danger. So much danger.
So yes, there's a need to check the issue of population, but particularly for the Almajiris in the north, it is of essence that the leaders in the north, the state governors and the federal government does something really critical to take those kids out of the streets now. It has to be now, out of the streets, and try and rehabilitate them. The things they see on the street, you don't expect anybody within that age to see that. And they have seen it, they have gone through it, they've done it. So it takes a lot to rehabilitate them to the kind of humans that they need to be for the age they are. It's 55 minutes after 10. And I really wanted to talk about something that's got to do with real talk. It has to do with our neighbors here, and that's the University of Port Harcourt. So I will talk about it. We'll take a break. When we come back, it's real talk.
Real talk.
Real talk.
But
it is the head that is supposed to push the followers.
Today 95.1 FM, we bring you insights, intrigues, and happenings on the local politics of the Niger Delta.
But if that property you have somewhere worth that 1 billion is tied to a fraud of state money, if you can prove it's your personal money, you didn't commit any crime.
Join us every weekday, 9:45 a.m. to 11 a.m. Real talk. Keeping it real.
Welcome back. So for Real Talk, lecturers at the University of Port Harcourt have resolved to withhold the 2018-2019 students' results until they resolve the issue between the university management and the union. Uniport chapter chairman of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Austin Sado, disclosed this while briefing newsmen at the university campus at Delta Park. Sado, who spoke to his members outside the locked ASU secretariat, maintained that the union is resolute and will not allow anyone infringe on their rights as an individual and as stakeholders of the school. He further stressed that the union will not release student results until the university is willing to resolve issues with them. Have a listen.
Our comrades resolved that if Professor Gyomo is not called back to his work on the 13th of December, we will not be willing to submit the results of the second semester of 2018-2019 as a way of following up on our demand to get Professor Ugiomo back to work. We will continue to be focused, we will not be distracted by this vexatious act because we have our focus is to ensure that humanity is liberated from every money that may be upon us. And that's why I said, well, we are taught that we will be allowed to have our meeting. But we thank God that they have helped to advertise what they have foisted on us. Gently, we were coming here and they have refused that. This union is yet interested in peace. Anybody who wants peace, we are ready for peace.
Well, that was the ASU chairman for Uniport chapter there, Austin Sado. He says his members were locked outside the ASU secretariat, and he says, of course, they're looking for peaceful means to sort out this discord they have with the management of Uniport. Of course, and that was on the termination of appointment of one of their own. And they say that they want the right processes to be done. They're asking that the professor be re-invited and the processes, the right processes be engaged. And if indeed he's found guilty, then yes, they can go ahead and terminate his appointment. But as it is now, they need the prof back. And it was part of these issues that caused the discord that they have with the management of the university. That saw them being locked out in the ASU secretariat. Now, to further push their stand, they say they will hold the results of the students' 2018-2019 second semester exams until the management of Uniport comes to an agreement with them. The idea here is, why drag the students into this? It has absolutely nothing to do with the students. Emmanuel Ndukwe.
Well, I want to believe that following the philosophy of it is a hand that touches the pot, and for the pot to fall and make a noise, it is something that triggers another. The students, I don't think, are dragged in here. Rather, they are part of the problem. Yeah, I know my friend, Precious, will also say I'm holding brief for them. But listen, you see, as we were holding their meeting, students came up on assumption. That's what I want to say, because if they say it's not an assumption, let them point out who sent them.
How many students came in? Was it all the students?
No, it can't be, of course.
So
No.
Why punish the entire set? Because
Annie,
some students came in.
No, Annie, there's no time. Even if when I was a student that was minding my business going, if anything happens that will engulf students, they will not say remove Emmanuel Ndukwe. He has been behaving very well. So a few students, perhaps.
But because it happened your time, didn't make it right.
No. Of course. No, you are right. But I'm only saying that, you see, there will always be those who will champion what will bring problem for others. And that is why they said, if one finger touches oil, it will smear others. Now, when they came, as we have holding their meeting, they went there. And what baffles everybody that hears it is that the security of the school and all that allow them to have entry Good. Perhaps that's why ASU is now thinking that maybe since these students are allowed, because when they came out, they also announced, why would security allow these children to come? And even to the students, they told them, it's like you are coming to face your father. And what was the ground of the students? They said ASU was planning to go on strike, whether December 28th or so. Now ASU was asking, how do you get this kind of information? Because we are not planning for any strike. I'm not saying ASU may be telling the truth. After all, who knows? There could be, because it's part of the things they do.
They have been talking about strike with IPPIS,
either management's hand or government's hand. They've been doing that. So it may not be out of place if anybody now conjectures that ASU is planning another strike. But I think reality should always be held tight. Facts and not fiction. Now, as if that was not enough, ASU Secretariat was locked. Because that time when students came, they ran away and went outside and finished their meeting. Now the Secretariat, what happened that the Secretariat is also locked? So that they now go outside to hold their meeting. But sometimes according to a local parliament, they say, use what you have to get what you want. Maybe also now they looked around, there's nothing they can do to management and all that. This result, come and have it. But of course, I'm not saying it's the best way. Because like the fear of these students who may have heard it through rumor mills or whatever, that they were planning strike, whether indeed they were or not, the fact is that he's now throwing that dragnet to involve everybody, both those who had not contemplated any action against ASU and whatever. And I don't think it's the right way to do it. But then, why should ASU's Secretariat be locked? Why is management of Uniport always having problem with the lecturer? That professor, if you listen to what they said, of course you remember, I've not heard from management, that the professor asked that, no, this procedure is wrong. The next time, professor, you are sacked.
No, Emmanuel, obviously between ASU and the university management, they have unresolved issues.
Yes.
The management must have taken steps it shouldn't have. ASU is trying to draw its attention to this improprieties. Understood.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, why are the students now meant to suffer this?
Why did students go to...
Because they said they had they're going to strike. So we're not striking. No. If we're not striking, we don't have intentions to strike, so we're holding your results.
Okay. No,
really?
but later on, they pursued, when the lecturers left, they now saw the Secretariat. So ASU also have its own way of counting 1 and 2 and 3 like that. Join them. Okay, maybe students have joined management to pursue us here, and so come and have your result. You see, that is why it's always good to be peaceful. Right. Because once you think you know it or you establish one problem, another one will come up with another one.
ASU was trying to be peaceful here, though. It doesn't seem so.
Okay, I think what ASU wants to embark on now is totally wrong. I stand to condemn seizing somebody's. It will lead one to multiplicity of actions. ASU should go to court and seek for the restatement of their member.
No, they had lawyer to tell you.
The students also, if they
you're not going to go, where will you go? You hold students results.
You go to
what? You hold students results. But if you don't go to court, what you do? You hold students results.
There will be multiplicity of actions, and we're ready to.
You don't go to court. You can't hold people's results.
My learned friend is here. There will be multiplicity of action. One, the action ASU will bring against the school management, against the purported sack of their member. 2 is the students will also go to court to seek for their rights to release their result at the right time. So there are 2 actions now that is very glaring. And the lawyers are ready. There must be more actions that also emanate from this. So, but I would think that ASU should restrain their steps. In trying to make peace, you don't complicate issues too that will generate and will escalate the problem. So I expect Dr. Sadu, who is a very good friend of ours, who also comes here, to restrain himself and restrain the ASU management from going into extra, because this is going to lead to extra conflict if it is not properly managed. So he should restrain. Let him release the results at the right time. Let them also see how they can resolve this issue of the purported sack of their member amicably. What I'm saying is amicably, so that you don't end up in a way you say you want to cure a sickness, you bring in other sicknesses that will degenerate. and to also spread, it's like virus, it's also spread, or cancer spread to other parts of the body. So I believe the right thing should be done. Nobody, lecturer, have any right, when a student have paid his fees, he has paid all the necessary and he sat for the exam, and you will not release the result, because if you don't release the result at the right time, then it will delay some of them who want to go for their youth service. It will also delay those who want to graduate. So nobody should even try that, because as I've told you, the lawyers are ready. If they approach us to file the actions, we are ready to do whatever they want us to do. But we don't want all those things to take effect now. They should do the needful to stop this from going further.
We got your thoughts there, Barrister Emmanuel Kechuku. Precious UDK.
ASU has to wake up to the fact that it is a professional body. It is a gathering of elites. But with the way ASU has responded to issues, or is been responding to issues, you just begin to wonder if these persons are actually articulating issues appropriately as they should. First, ASU needs to realize that it is not in a country of its own. ASU is part of a country that is regulated by laws. A situation where in the every slightest provocation, you resort to downing tools. It is wrong. How many times have we heard that judges have gone on strike? Is it that government is doing everything that judges want? It is not.
We'll soon embark on our own.
But because
don't use this platform to launch.
You know that you are rendering very essential services. You know that when you go for this strike, there is no how you can compensate the students. That is why when I was a student union leader, we stood against ASU. You go for strike, 3 months, you come back from the strike, you're paid. And you even pay for the 3 months you've been on strike.
And I see reasons with him.
When you are paid for the 3 months you've been on strike, it is the students that we lose.
Yes.
It's true. No, you're right.
So how do we now fold our hands and watch them every minute, every now and then go on strike, and in every slight provocation? It is very wrong. Now there is a situation with respect to Uniport. They wanted to hold a meeting. Some persons came.
Students.
I don't know if they were students, because I'm not seized with that fact. I'm a lawyer that has to be guided.
Some persons will go with you. Go ahead.
Very well, thank you. Some persons came, invaded the meeting, and then ASU has come to say, we will not release results of the students because
what?
Our meeting.
Sorry, something just came to my mind. So my mind goes work like crazy. What do you guys say in court when a judge sustains something? Argument sustained. What do you say?
No objection. Sustained.
No, like when he said
as court places.
No,
when
not
you
that.
said
It's
that
objection sustained.
You said you want to go with the particular phase of some persons instead of students.
Yes.
In the court, they'll say what? When there was dissenting voices here, and the judge will usually say, your argument has been sustained.
You as the judge who has said that objection sustained. You sustained it.
Sustained means your own is supported.
Overruled. You guys have been
you are not the presiding judge.
I need the judge here.
You overrule everybody. Go ahead.
So yes, ASU needs to be very well guided. The students will lose a whole lot if ASU goes on this strike without releasing the students' result, and then tomorrow.
But ASU said they were not even thinking of going on strike; they were just having their meeting, and then these persons came in and disrupted the process. Actually, chased them out. If I remember the story properly.
Now, assuming I am minded,
they are called students by.
Assuming I am minded to agree that indeed they were students. What stops ASU from writing to the school to say, because for you to say they were students, that means you've identified the persons. Yes, we must be very realistic here. If something happens and I say it was Annie who did it, that means I must have seen her. I'm not dwelling on speculations. And to say now, we saw so and so student, they disrupted our meeting. You write to the school authority, you write to the relevant security personnel outfits. They will invite the students and do the needful. Must you continue to resort to self-help every time there is a provocation? If we start doing that, there will be no country for all of us, for God's sake. So ASU should not always, because you know you can go on strike, anything that happens,
you seize results.
Your seize results, you down tools. Everything that happens, you direct your members to down tools. You are in a country regulated by laws, for God's sake. If we all start resorting to self-help, there will be no country for all of us. They are a group of enlightened people.
But you see, the ASU was also here. They felt they were between the deep blue sea and the devil, saying that the security seemed to be in cohorts with the management, because they said the security were the ones that allowed the students in the first place. So who did they get to report to when it seemed everybody was working against them?
Okay, now there is a situation. Somebody contests an election and you're saying the security colluded with INEC to rig the election against us. So for that, I should declare myself the president of Nigeria now. So we must know how not to resort to self-help.
All right.
However, you think the system is flawed, it does not stop you. It does not stop you from doing the right thing first. You can complain later, but do the right thing first. So if I assume that a lecturer failed me because I passed an exam, I should go and fight the lecturer. I should go and strip him naked in public because I know that even though I complain, the school authorities also will not do anything. We must learn how to first trust the authorities. You don't always feel that your position is right in every instance. So I am calling on ASU to start conducting its actions within the provisions of relevant laws in Nigeria. You cannot say you earn salary, you use the facilities of the federal government provided in the schools, and then you wake up to say, I will not release the result. Just like that, I will not release the result. It is a result to self-help and it's highly condemnable.
All right, we got your thoughts there. Let me move to Kadokobo.
We order for the release of the results.
The other Georgia, don't worry. We'll keep pronouncing.
We'll give this case to these lawyers if only they will do it pro bono. Because when you talk to lawyers, the first thing is the first and the only thing is to go to court. They won't tell you bring the money.
Do you want to fight?
They won't tell you about the money that's involved in it.
It's when you start going to court.
They now hear it. They will now begin hearing it. So honestly, I think that see, everything rises and falls on management. We're talking about Uniport. This is not the first management in Uniport. So why is it that we are having so much of these upheavals in this particular institution within this period? Why? Something is wrong somewhere. If ASU now says we're going to withhold results, they probably have just taken a cue from the same management who at some point withheld even people who had read the exams, passed their exams, graduated, and they said we won't release you
because you
didn't pay on time. The same management here. I think there's a problem with that management. You can't continue to keep that place every now and then. You are in the news for the wrong reasons. Why is it happening? Because there doesn't appear to be a proper management that is actually being proactive. Something is happening. For me, if they are fighting the cause of a particular lecturer, they are right. That's a union. An injury to one is injury to all. I can't fault them on that. If they feel one person is injured, for crying out loud, the union should stand. That's why you're a union. You cannot wait until everybody is involved. No. Because today it is one person. Tomorrow you never can tell who next it is. So if they have a reason and you sufficiently feel that yes, somebody has been unfairly treated, for crying out loud, they should stand up to it. But I think that the management has a responsibility to ensure that that place, University of Port Harcourt, runs smoothly. For now, past how many for some time now, I don't think that they have been doing so well. For students, if you have a grouse, I think we will continue to train people to understand that whenever you have a grouse, these are your teachers. So somebody tells you, oh, they are meeting there, they want to go on strike, go on. You have a union government. Why not engage them? They have a leadership too. Why not think of engaging them in the first place? These are your teachers. If you have any regard and respect for them, I wonder the kind of people they are training there and what kind of training they are giving to them. So for me, the most important people that should ensure that place runs well now is the management of that place. Let them take responsibility for whatever happens and what doesn't happen there.
So is it okay that the lecturers are holding on to students' results?
At the end of the day, the students, that's why I'm saying, if you say what happens to this, the students have brought themselves into the matter. They carry themselves into it. What's your problem? If as you want to go on strike, is it by going to, are you going to tie them and beat them and so that they won't go on strike?
So okay, is it now by
how do you force them?
If that argument works, there is it now by holding the results of the students that they will bring the lecture, they'll bring the professor that you in the first instance were trying to hold a meeting for.
I would appeal to all of them, but more than everybody else, the management should please put its feet down and ensure that there is peace in that place.
All right.
Resolve all these matters.
Okay, Asu, give the students back.
In the place I come from, they
give
say
the students their results.
that particular tree that if you any side of the your environment you stay and fire a missile, it goes to that particular tree. Something is wrong. Management look at itself in Uniport.
Asu, look at yourself in Uniport.
Two of them should.
Students, look at yourself in Uniport.
Yes, all of them.
No, I was going to students look at yourself.
And
in
then where are we
Uniport.
going to examine them?
But I know that holding their results
They should
is
come and
not
see us.
going to change anything. Rather, it's just going to aggravate issues. All right, 17 minutes after 11. And the courts have spoken. 17 minutes after 11. Let's hear from the real courts now. You can be part of the conversation we're having here. You can send your thoughts to us on 070-1933-9962. And that's on WhatsApp only. 070-1933-9962. Let's get to hear your thoughts. We spoke about Almajiri time bomb. NSA raises fresh concern. SCF leaders knocks governors. You get that story in The Punch. We had it from The Punch. Another story we took from The Punch was EPs, ASU members sneak to register. Enrollment hits 937,000. And we spoke about how an official of government said, well, the reason why some agencies are not part of EPs is because they are revenue generating agencies. And I tried to wrap my head around it, at least with the guests we have here. There's still some places I didn't understand. So generating funds generating or revenue generating agencies, how does that keep them out of IPPS? Of course, you have ASU who's saying, if you want all of us on board, put on CBN, put on NNPC, put on FIRS and other agencies that are not captured, and then one can understand your argument. But as long as you have those ones out, we're also pushing with our autonomous status to ensure that we're not part of EPs. But of course, the point said some of the reporters saw lecturers who were ASU members who were signing on already. Well, they want their December salaries and they don't want to be caught on the outside. So we'd like to get your thoughts, especially in this case, for the agencies that are not captured by EPs and the ASU members' continued stand on not being part of this. Of course, what this might happen if you're not paid is we will see that strike after all. Let's get your thoughts. You can also call 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. And for Real Talk, we spoke about Uniport and ASU in Uniport. And what they decided to do finally, ASU decided to hold on to the results of the students for second semester 2018-2019 and said, well, if you're not going to allow us have our meetings and you're going to continue locking our secretariat and you're not going to bring back the professor you fired, the students will not have their results. Let's get to hear from you now. I'll take this first call here. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, what's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Daniel and I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Daniel, go ahead.
The ASU in Uniport, I have been following the story. I think if the ASU say they will not release the results of the students, maybe that is a way to get back to the management. It's as simple as that. This whole fight before they come to the media have been about the management and ASU protecting one of them, saying that bring the man back. The management holding, we will not. And I heard the student union saying that they had that the ASU wanted to go on strike. That was why they went and stopped them for holding their meeting. If they want to go, so they have not gone on strike. were once a student. I don't know what kind of student we want to produce these days. I just don't know. That is why I was deciding like this. You don't even respect your lecturers anymore. There's no fear anymore because some of them in universities, it's all about politics. That even the management bring their boss in the name of student union and they control to use them to do whatever they want to do. Then that is number one. Number two, that this management, why they're always on the media for wrong reasons? Why this management? It's not them and the students. It is them and the police. It's not on the police. Someone is, I just don't know. This current management have not been handling the issue of Uniport well. And that is wrong for that university. They have been in the media for wrong reasons. Professor Andepemi once called them tyrant. And the man was in the media to deny that. And before they suspended the man. What is just wrong with this particular management in the Uniport? He's not the first. He will not be the last.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very
much. We got your thoughts. Thank you very much. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
I greet everybody in the studio.
Yes, good morning. What's your name?
I'm Prince, calling from Abluma.
All right, go ahead, Prince.
If it is possible, let me ask, who's supposed to take care of the management? Call them to order. I'm just asking as a question.
That's the federal government.
Federal government.
They have a governing council.
Does it mean whether government council or whatever, they don't know about this matter?
We don't know if they know or not, or if they have even tried to intervene. We don't have those details.
Sir, the truth of the matter is just that management problem. That is the only problem. The union, the ASU, they have the right to protect their own. If you don't follow the process, you follow the normal process. I don't know what this time around, this particular government, both federal and everywhere, they don't even follow the process when they want to do something. The issue of Amajiri, the truth of the matter is that the culture of the other side, I don't want to mention their name, is somehow difficult for me. A situation whereby if a man marry a woman and the woman could not be able to produce a man, and the woman is the one that will bring another woman come, and you will take care of the woman till the woman produce man, I mean to say. And if you refuse to produce woman, then the other one too will bring another person, just like that the man come up. So that is the problem.
Hunt for a man.
They will continue to bring.
The hunt for a man. All right.
So
we got your thoughts though. Thank you. 0810-951-0951 or 0817-0000-951. Those are the numbers to the studio. Annie, good morning. For your information, some ASU branches in some universities have instructed their members to enroll, and as we speak, many other members have started enrolling. Let ASU tell us how this program will affect their salaries. Is the program reducing their salaries or the other allowances? ASU cannot be a law unto itself. Boye is my name. EOK, you said good morning. The Al-Majri system is the outcome of Muslims' belief in their Quran. I think I did try to explain here that actually the Quran does not tell you to have kids and send them somewhere else to go and seek knowledge. No, it actually just encouraged the learning of the Quran from a very early stage, but it didn't say you should send them to places where you can't take care of them. We went on to say this Arabic teaching mentality has undermined our core values. It cannot be curbed except there's a law to stop this Muslims from marrying more than 3 wives, for bearing children, even when it is clear that the suitor or the male husband cannot take care of himself or is incapable of looking after himself, yet he goes on to acquire more wives for rearing more children. Conversely, is these uncared children from various marriages lacking the basic education, care, and sense of belonging that form the Al-Majri groups, who in turn are used by politicians to cause violence. He says you cannot see the children of you cannot see children of the Muslim elites in this Al-Majri group. Please have time to listen to Boko Haram ideology, mission, and vision. Okay. I don't think there'll be any law that can stop them from marrying more wives. I don't think that can happen. If that is what they believe, except if in Nigeria we decide that we're not going to be a secular nation anymore and then we're going to do something else. But as long as their belief is that they can have more wives, I think that is what they'll do. What I do think they should stop is when you see state governors who have mass weddings for 200 and 1,000.
Sharing wives and husbands
sharing wives
to people.
obviously, I don't know whether those people are empowered, whether they have the capacity to even have a family or to even understand what it is to have a family. And then you just want to get people married as if that is a solution to a problem itself. That's where I have a problem. Why do that? Because some of these get married, find out that they don't really like the wife, they don't like the husband, they don't want to be in the same place. There's a kid, nobody's interested in the children. Or they find out that they can't even afford to have these children they have now had. And then the same system feeds these kids into almajiri or almajire, which I think is more a problem than saying you cannot marry 3 or 4 wives. There are elites who have 3-4 wives, and all the kids are probably schooling in the UK.
Sorry, there's a slant I'm hearing.
Almajire, where there are plenty.
Plural, okay. I'm late.
Good morning. You're learning on the job.
Yes.
Good morning, all federal government employees are paid from the federal government Consolidated Revenue Fund. All such employees have been migrated to the IPPS platform for payment. University staff are affected, having been part of the old payment system. The CBN, the FIRS, NNPC, and Customs are not part of the old system because they get their payment from commissions they earn from the cost of collection of revenues they collect, which is 10%. This is a statutory provision backed by law. It is from that fund that the operations, including staff salary, are funded. ASU has no case in this matter. You can't dictate to your employer how she generates and expends the funds to pay you. Polytechnic lecturers are enrolled on the platform already. Are they not lecturers as ASU are lecturers? Is it not the same modus operandi in the two institutions? There is nothing in ASU's complaints that cannot be taken care of by IPPIS. Bethel, you sent this from Port Harcourt. Well, I know that in the university system, you have some lecturers who are not part of ASU. They tell you that they're not with ASU, yes. And those ones sign up. So when you come to think about it, those ones who will sign up into the IPPS, don't they also have the problem of going to certain other universities and going there to do, maybe summer courses or whatever they do, that they get paid allowances that ASU says the IPPS doesn't capture?
Well, maybe in terms of engagement, when you're already not part of the formidable union in the university, maybe there are ways they will operate which might be different from the ASU membership.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Bethel, though. I mean, I got to find out that there was an old system, which was from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. And then they moved from there to this new one. And this is where ASU is having a problem. ASU was with the other old system.
Yeah.
So why not move with a new group of people? Uniport's ASU's decision to withhold results is a legitimate action in industrial dispute. It is not particularly about the students. It is about ASU withdrawing their services to press for their demands to be met. Release it. Don't go to class and teach. On the issue of students disrupting ASU Congress, it attests to the penchant of the Nigerian youth to irrationality. If the management and lecturers are in disagreement, who made the students the judges? Kenny from Port Harcourt to send that in. Good morning to everyone in the studio. Annie, most times I dislike the manner in which these lecturers try to see themselves as lords with so much hegemony. Are they now the employer of themselves, demonstrating unruly disposition? Is not good. They are so insatiable. Most of them earn salary diversely, and as such will oppose any regularization policy initiative. I think the federal government is in the right direction. On the issue of Uniport ASU's decision, the students have already involved themselves in the academic staff politics rather than being neutral in their protestations. So that's the consequence. I am Menzi Great from Obiteche. Where do we say Owide? And that's Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Annie, good morning.
Good morning, DK.
This is DK in Port Harcourt. Yes?
Yeah, DK, good time. Go ahead.
My greetings to your guests in the studio.
Thank you.
Yes, talking about the crisis in Uniport, I do not know what other option that is left for ASU. ASU has gone as far as meeting people like eminent emeritus Professor Alagwa on this issue to intervene, to talk to management, to no avail. What other?
The courts. They can go to courts.
I don't know.
I've just told you one. Other option is the courts.
Pardon?
The other option is the courts.
Of course, we know court in Nigeria. It wouldn't help.
It does. Excuse me. It's helping.
Well, but let me just
Carlos
say
just
my
been
mind.
in sentence.
Well, let me just say my mind. I think Obaka has spoken largely a part of my mind on this issue. The management seems to be high-handed. There are so many issues lying there relating to management not yielding to popular position. And what right do students have to go and molest their teachers while they were having peaceful meetings? Is that a way to force them to teach? I think ASU's action, even if they withhold their services, is a passive one. They can't riot and confront management. They should have that latitude. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you. We got your thoughts on this. Annie, how will federal government exempt NNPC and CBN, etc., the Nigerian Customs Service, have been enrolled in IPPIS? Are they not a revenue generation agency? Says Annie, I've not received the November salary up till now. I asked and I was told it's IPPIS. I'm a military man from Port Harcourt. Well, I mean, the government official who was speaking was talking about how they just paid military men. I don't know why your own was not among. Good morning, Annie. The problem of this country is quite enormous. There is a day we will sleep and wake up without hearing about problems ranging from closure of borders, security failure, unemployment, hunger, etc. All right. Well, I guess it's part of being in a nation. There's always problems. Good morning, Annie and the crew. To me, ASU Uniport is like a madman dancing naked in the market square regularly with no regards to shame. To me, I prefer the association. All right. Well, you said thanks, Uniport students. I have a family coming to my house every day to beg for food. This is a family of 7 with another on the way. We need to have control. To me, you sent this from Port Harcourt. 7. And every day you're begging for food.
That means soon as 8 will be coming.
All right. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Yeah, this is Pastor Isaiah George from Buguma and Calabar.
Good to have
I
you.
greet all your guests in the studio. Okay, my good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Thank you.
Yes, I think, my sister, when you talk about the court being the solution to the student and ASU's problem, and now I want to cast my mind back looking at those who went to court and ASU, the court has even given judgment. ASU is appealing the judgment until they get to Supreme Court. I think the student may have also watched at that and will now say, will our own faith also go into that direction? See, that is the problem. That is the problem. So I think ASU should not turn their head to little dying gods. And know that these two students are students of parents who most of them, the parents, go as far as every means to see that they train up their children and make them become pillars in the family. And then when you begin to stress them, begin to make them go through races and places before they can meet up with the primary reason why they are in the school. I think this ASU is trying to push these students to take some laws into their hands. So I think that it's not everything that we must take to court before we can explore knowledge to handle. They can still handle this thing amicable within themselves. And most of them, let me also tell you, that the ASU are still, until we come to this true knowledge that ASU today is something else. They are into courtism with these young students in the school.
How?
They are into courtism.
How?
See,
What are your facts?
Okay, let me not just go there.
Don't go there.
The Almajiri issue.
I'm going
my
there.
sister.
Yeah, we'll bring it back.
The Almajiri issue. Let the federal government know how. I think the president of the North, he should know how to settle the Almajiri problem, and it should not become a national problem. Because when the issue of the Niger Delta military came up here, the president by then, explore his own knowledge and to see that he have a smooth sailing government. He gave them amnesty. The Jonathan came in, gave some, I think, lifting face to the Almajiri, and today it is always the news. Whenever we remember the Almajiri, we remember Jonathan who even abandoned his people and gave a facelift to them. So I think the president should also do something.
All right, we
that
got
will
your
have a
thoughts.
remark-
Yep, we got your thoughts there. Hello, today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie and Chitima and the others in the studio.
Thank you, my brother.
Okay. This Longuka is my name and I'm calling from Uniport. I totally disagree with Dr. Sensado on this one. I think withholding students' results is just unwarranted. Students should not be punished over whatever issue lecturers have with school management. And it is totally uncalled for. It's unwarranted. I disagree totally. I think the lecturer also should please give students out of this one.
You are a student.
Not punish, over whatever issue they are having with school management. They should resolve their issue with school management and not punish students over it. Thank you.
All right. Annie, good morning. Please, they should try and stop this Al-Majri menace because of the issues we're having in Nigeria is as a result of this Al-Majri training. The issues we're having in Nigeria. It can't be all the issues we're having in Nigeria that is based on that. All right, Obomate, he says there's an underground plan. And apart from the so-called autonomy of the universities, one of the greatest fear of ASU is the pruning down of the multifarious allowances the teachers are enjoying through the manual pay platform. The IPPIS, as I know them, is so frugal and so averse to paying bumper allowances. So this platform for ASU is a minus and unattractive. For the argument of some agencies as money generating, please do not forget that federal universities pay a percentage of their IGR to the federal coffers. So while ASU should reconsider their stand to join the current pay system, the federal government should make their order all-inclusive. James Opongwa, you send that in from Uzoba. Hello, today 95.1 FM.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Alexa. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Akanimo.
Akanimo, sorry about that. Unfortunately, it's already 11:37. We've got to go. We don't even have time for more.
Akanimo has caught everything.
Akanimo has caught everything off. All right, let me start with Barrister Emmanuel Ikechukwu.
Thank you. Want to plead with us to avoid further conflict and see a better way to resolve these issues, to make a better place and also put the interest of the students at heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Barrister Emmanuel Uche Ikechukwu, former legal advisor, All Progressive Congress and former presidential aspirant. And then to you now, Precious UDK.
Well, succinctly, I have nothing much again to say than to adopt the position of my learned friend who had just posited on this thing.
All right. Thank you so much to Precious UDK, Esquire, member, Nigerian Bar Association, Port Harcourt branch, and a Port Harcourt-based legal practitioner. Opaka Dokobon.
Let there be peace in
Sounds like a song.
let there be peace in Uniport. Please, students, ASU, management. We need peace in Uniport.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Opaka Dokubo. And then finally, Emmanuel Ndukwe.
I certainly believe that even the Bible advises that, well, you might be on your right, but try to make peace, and so do not be rigid. So also, sometimes reconsider certain positions. Students and management, please, peace is paramount.
And that is where we wrap it up. Thank you so much. We'll do this again on Monday. On Friday, we have Funky Fort, so join us. Entertainment Express is next. We've got Andrew Trace coming up.
What? Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Are you looking for the best barbecue in Port Harcourt? Then you don't want to miss the pre-Christmas barbecue cookout. Get your friends and family ready to enjoy the most fantastic Nigerian and Western style comfort foods in a serene environment. Come network with mature food lovers, play fun games, and take part in exciting competitions. The pre-Christmas barbecue cookout, 4th edition, is brought to you by Firewood Grill. Date 14 December. Time 12 noon. Venue 98 Woji Road, GRA Port Harcourt. Ticket is 1,500 naira. Serves free food and drink to one person. 5,000 naira ticket serves free food and drinks to a table of 4. Free entry for 0 to 12 years old. Book your tickets at thefirewoodgrill.com. For more inquiries and information, please contact Leslie on 0909 076 3590. That's 0909 076 3590. The pre-Christmas barbecue cookout. Let's fire it up to 100 degrees. Miss it and miss out.
For my love, been waiting for a lifetime for you.
Listen to Entertainment Today every weekday at 11:30 a.m.
And I'm so I don't even mind.
Every weekday at 11:30 a.m.
Only on Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Hello?
Hello, Lamide.
He holds on his hair. Ola, take.
Hello?
Is that you? Well, Abba, we pray the song, first of all, to make so many hits right now. The song done the hits very well. As an Orient, Obadin, as an Omadin. Olamide, first of all.
Bado ti street squad àmọ́ ṣe wáyé gọ́sẹ̀ sí ìfẹ́sà ẹ̀wọ̀ gbòòrò ṣáà bó ṣe lọ Bado ló bá ẹ sọ̀rọ̀. God bless.
Charlie, if you say I make a fool, I no send. Charlie, if you say I make a fool, I no send. First of all, introduction. First of all, introduction. Okay.
You don't know.
First of all, introduction. I mean you were sing and you drew an amateur. In other news, I'm in love with my boo and another place another one above. Bagoshi, Shemo Jamagana, Honeymoon the Benito Fagbana. Shemo Jockey Fosu, Mofo Bagbe, Abonsu. Now we don't control the whole arena. Either we there for Nigeria or Ghana. In other news, I'm a bad man. Where they intimidate Superman or Batman. When other boys then they wear one shirt, different shows, not me, kill a fair for shirt. Do I look like Awilo Lugumba? Are you a Lena?
First of all, go down low. That's it right there. Like, first of all, go down low. This is like, I don't know, like the feeling is just so cool. Like the moment I hear the song, I just immediately go back to that time.
You know,
I could play the video in my head literally. Like, you know, at the time I wasn't cool with how the video came out though. But now when I look at it, I'm like, okay, I understand. It makes sense to me now. Yeah. Shout out to Olamide Bado.
Yep.
First of all, don't touch your dial. Don't touch your dial. That's what it is. It's Entertainment Today here on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And this is Entertainment Today. It's a throwback Thursday. And that's the reason why we had to start off with that one. We didn't have a lot of time. So something about Olamide, by the way. Recently, AY dropped the trailer for a sequel to Merry Men. So Merry Men 2 is coming out. Another Mission. All right. And Olamide had a cameo appearance in it. Like, it was dope to see Olamide in Merry Men. Like, I was like, okay. Everybody's trying to double their hustle. You know?
Obviously.
Don't just do music. You can also decide to do movies as well. If it's possible, be a poet. If that doesn't work out, go into politics. If that doesn't pay off, you could try sports. It's never too late to play football or something, you know? Any which is a way.
Branch
you must
out.
Make it happen. You must branch out.
Hustle.
Anyways, Olamide joins AY, Ramsey Noah, Jim Ike, and Fowles for the sequel of the movie, which had the original grossing a total of 228 million naira. That was in 2018.
Wow,
all right?
wow.
Yeah. The sequel is scheduled for a December 20 release, so you'll be seeing it in cinema on December 20.
Okay.
And it features Eritiola Doyle, BB Ninja's Alex Unusual, Regina Daniels is in the movie too now. Yeah. Former McDermott, William Tuchemba, my guy.
Oh my God, I love that guy so much.
Damilola Adegbite, Linda Osifo, and Rosie Mura. All of them are going to be in that movie. And of course, Olamide Bado. That's it. I'm happy for that guy though.
True.
Anyways, my name is Trace. I am the coolest kid on radio, the guy you just have to love.
And I'm his favorite co-anchor, Dave Roberts.
Okay, he says my favorite. Does not know the many ones I've had. He's giving himself favorite. Like, well, we're cool anyways. Some other persons are also into acting. We mentioned some of the Big Brother Ninja people for that AY movie. Yeah, we've got another person who just did a short movie with Inyanya. her.
Okay.
So like, when music isn't doing something for
just
you,
branch out.
you do movies, If she does not come for the money, she comes for the body. If it's not the body, do the movie. Something could help you out,
Anyway.
I think the problem in Yaya was the moment he did that Oreo song. Like when he said, Shadi says she not come for the money, you.
Comes for the body.
She comes for the money, brother. That's what she comes. That's what she came for. She's coming for the money. That's it. It's simple.
I don't like you had the most big...
And the moment you said that, every lady went like, oh,
Ew.
so you're not giving money. You die with your body. Like, know? Anyways, I'm just kidding though. Bibi Nanja Diane, she featured in Yanya in a Nollywood debut, The Therapist. They even kissed in the movie though, and that's what people are raving about because they kissed. 3 months after she left the house, it's Bibi Nanja ended 3 months ago.
3 months
yeah?
ago, yeah? 3 months ago?
Yeah, 3 months ago. Calculate.
Wow. It's quite a while.
Yeah, quite a while it is. And they're already doing big things. Ex-housemate Diane Yashim, she featured music star Nyanya in a debut drama. She announced her debut into Nollywood with the new drama entitled The Therapist. And she also featured some other people. Like, the girl's got tentacles. She could stretch out like that. She got the Kenyan actress Lean Nadia Bentley in the movie. It was directed by Evans Ideha. She also has her own production company now.
I think she had plans before this period,
That's the essence of getting into the Big Brother house. You should have something on ground, so when you go in that, the house is just to help you, promote, push up, blow up, and put in the face of everybody what you already had.
True.
That's it. So she's joined other ex-housemates of the BBN and BB9 2019 Pepperdem who've landed movie roles. We talked about Tacha, we talked about Mercy, we talked about a couple of other people. We also Sadi was also spotted in the set of Samuel Olatunji's Dear Afi. That movie features Tenny. All right.
Oh.
And then there's also Mike who was on the set in Spain with RMD in the movie where RMD will be his father.
Oh.
So all of these guys are just doing good for themselves. So congratulations to all of them, man. Shout outs to you guys. Big congrats. We love you. And this one is another Big Brother housemate. But it wasn't for the Pepperdem gang. It was for the Double Wala BC Gobi. I can't remember which of them she was in again. All right, but she was at the time with she was from the Bisola.
Okay.
Bisola. Ifuenada. I'm talking about Ifuenada. All right.
Okay.
So Ifuenada actually came online and she dropped a video that really, got people talking. We don't know what it's all about. I don't want to start making any conclusions yet about it, but in the video she was crying profusely. Wow. Yeah, she was. And then she says, I quote, I can't do this anymore. I've tried. I don't know what God wants from me. I don't know why this happened now. Beauty for another is now in God's hands. I'm done for now. So ordinarily, someone would say that sounds suicidal. But then again, when you look at the industry these days, you're like, okay, we never could tell, but it looks like she's going through something.
A lot of things, yeah.
Because when she came out of the house, too, I remember speaking to her the first time she came out of the house. We had a telephone conversation, and it was difficult. When she dropped that movie about her rape situation that she had as she was growing up, she dropped a short movie on it.
Okay.
And she sounded like there was a lot of things that she really wanted to change and help a lot of people. And she felt like there was, and she even had issues with relationships. She was saying guys were scared to be with her because they felt like she was too
up there.
She tries to put her ego out there every time. And I was like, that's a good thing. Like, that's sexy to some people. You have to find the right person who likes it. But I just hope that she gets out of whatever she is in at the moment and she finds a way out. And I hope it's not publicity. I thought of two things. I was trying to reach a management, when I saw this, but I haven't gotten any information from them. That's why I don't say too much. But I hope it's not publicity. I hope it's not a movie that she's in and then they just took out that part then just put it there. And then it happened with Sky B.
And everybody went bonkers.
And we thought he was dead, you know? So I don't know. We'll just wait and get more details first. But as it stands, that video is on social media. She was crying uncontrollably in the video. And she's a good actress.
I wanted to ask this question. Who videos him or herself crying? And
Exactly my point. I feel like, why would just hold the camera and then... It wasn't like she was holding it. It was like somebody was filming it. Or it was either she used a tripod stand and set the camera and sat in front of it. Or there was somebody holding the camera like a professional. Because the video was so clear cut. So I was looking at the video and it was so clear cut. The editing and everything was so perfect.
Like, want to go cry.
And I'm thinking,
let's just get in touch with the management.
Let's not say anything. All right, away to Ghana now. John Domelo.
He's one of my favorite actors.
Yeah, you like him?
I do.
Well, not too much on my side. But he's good. He's talented and he's married now. It's a good thing. But in Ghana, he's talking about some things that should change. He was saying something about polygamy, and he feels like polygamy should be legalized.
Legalized?
Yeah, this is what he said. I'll tell you this. He said, and I quote, under customary law and Mohammedan law cap 129, a man can marry more than one woman. He further said, under the marriage ordinance cap 127, a man is allowed to marry only one woman. If he marries more than one, he commits bigamy. I think it's time for that to be repealed. He's now a politician, by the way, in Ghana. After all, most married men have side chicks, and it's time to elevate them to wifey status because they perform the same duties. I like how he put it. And if you look at it critically, yes, he has a point. Many married men have side chicks. So a lot of them have more than 5 side chicks, or 2 side chicks, or 3 side chicks.
Yeah.
And even the side chicks got levels. Like, there's the side chicks that are really close. There's the one that's not too close.
And
there's the one
like
that's just around the corner there, once in a while. It's just what we are at in the world, and it's so sad. And it's both ways. Like, now women are upping their game too and saying, yo, I could get sugar boys too.
And,
so I can put them on different levels, That's their base. I don't care. But this is what his wife said. When you post stuff like this, you should also be aware that you're married. And you can just imagine the kind of message you're sending to your wife.
Directly to her, like,
because she saw it. And she came online and said, equal rights indeed. I could imagine the expression on her face.
Oh my
and
God.
she said, babe, hurry home and meet your new husband.
Okay, let's see how that feels now.
So in other words, if you're saying it's okay to be polygamous, like you want to get a second wife, no problem.
Hurry home.
Let's try polyandry.
Oh,
I got a new husband. And he further said, I feel that there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, if our brothers and sisters who are Muslims are doing it perfectly, why not Christians? Come on, there's a reason it's Christian.
And it's Muslim.
Provided you can take care of your family and your 2 or 3 wives, that's fine. And I mean, I speak to a lot of Muslim friends of mine, and they're okay with it. Personally, I don't believe in it, but I feel it's good for Ghana. And I like the fact that he kept it to Ghana.
Please do. Just keep it there. Just keep it there.
If any Nigerian guy is interested, go to Ghana. That's all I could say. Meanwhile, there's an advice from Reno Omokri too concerning marriage. He says the major reason why marriages don't last these days, first problem is because of expensive weddings.
And I agree to that.
He said number one reason for marital breakup is financial challenges within the marriage. You could Google it, he said. He further said the number one reason for financial challenges within the marriage is an expensive wedding. Like, because when you make the wedding very expensive, you put like this bar, It's a huge expectation now when you're in the marriage. Standard. So I'm like, in the marriage, I'm supposed to be like a celebrity now because you put out a celebrity wedding or you made it so big and so flashy. And so you have to keep up to pace. And that's one thing. On the second hand, you might not even have too much money, but because you wanted to, please a lot of people, you spent all the money on the wedding and forgot the marriage. Reno Mokri says, save your marriage, spend on the marriage, not the wedding. People aren't wise enough to see that, but that's how it is. I don't know if you agree with him, but then, well, I'm pretty sure you think about it at least. And big ups. Big ups, man.
This is huge.
I love it.
Huge.
When I saw it, I was like, okay, what's happening? I know you guys don't understand why I'm excited. The truth is this. There is a remix to fall.
Come on.
Davido.
Come on.
And Cardi B. And guess what? I'm thinking like Cardi goes in the video like, Cardi. Fall on you. Cardi. I don't know what she's saying. I don't know what she's saying.
I'm not looking at the trap bit for that song, no.
I think she just said, tell me when to fall, yeah. What am I to say? I don't know what she's saying. I'm just trying to make up something. But then she was in a plane. I think she's in Nigeria now because she was on her way to Nigeria yesterday. Yes. She was on a private jet and then, with the girls and then some guys in the background and the music was slamming and then she was dancing to it, twerking to it. And then she had a verse on it. And everybody was like, what? Are you for real? Yeah. So, yeah. Well, no, she's supposed to perform in the country on the 7th of this month. Today is the 5th. So, we got 2 days more. I'm pretty sure she's got media runs to do in Lagos first and then boom, we're expecting that. David is also in the country. Think about it. It can't get any better because David is also in the country and he's been performing. Like, he was in Asaba, he's going to Jos and some other places. Yes. So think about it like boop, boop, boop. Right on point. Anyways,
very big year for him.
Yeah, so she will be performing at the Echo Hotels and Suites December 7, 2018. If you're a Cardi B fan, holler at me. I'll get you a ticket. But it's not for free, you pay.
Please.
You pay me. Yeah, no, you pay me. It's not for free.
I don't know,
Like,
it isn't.
if I'm going to get it for you like that, you pay me. Or you go online and buy.
And buy.
Simple and short. So make your
I think it will be sold out now already.
Everybody.
Is really huge.
Faust is also coming.
Oh.
Future rather.
Oh, yeah, true.
Future is also
True,
coming to Nigeria. So like it's going to be hot in the country. Really, really hot. So we'll be waiting. We know she's got Nigeria and Ghana. That's where Cardi will be performing in. But then the remix to Fall. Can you think about it? I hope she doesn't fall on stage. That's what I hope. She doesn't fall on stage. Please. And then Tenny also is having our show December 4.
Tenny Makanaki.
She called the show The Billionaire Experience.
Really?
Is
she stepping into that part now?
You know, when you do a song like I want to be a billionaire, you just automatically feel like you are.
I think she should leave all those things for David.
The last guy that did Billionaire, we don't know where he is now. I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad. I think it wasn't bad enough.
I know.
That's it. But the fact is you're comfortable, you're rich, you're good, and there's always more you can ask for, and that's a good thing. So yeah. Really, really happy. Really, really, really happy for Tenny. But there's a way she promoted the whole show that stuck to me. Though. You know, she went on the streets of Lagos, and then she actually wore, she dressed like Santa Claus.
Come on,
and then she held a public address system. It's like, please come to my concert.
Tenny is crazy like that.
Come to my show. It's December 16th, Echo Hotel.
And she has the body size of Santa.
So like everything works out fine. And you know, I was super excited about it because the first time I saw that, it was coming from my guy, Black Bones, my boy. He was the first person who tried that stunt, but he didn't dress like Santa. Because if he did, nobody would have approached him. He's like, he's skinny. He's really skinny, so like that wouldn't have worked.
They were like, Santa, come and take money and eat.
It wouldn't have worked, but
No way.
he dressed like he should dress, Black Bones, and then was on the street of Lagos. He was, just doing that. So shout out to Tenny.
Do you think that's nice, coming out and showing off that you could be as humble as
Of course, you should. Like, but at the end of the day, is the humility is what's going to pay the bills, Tenny coming out there to be humble and be like Santa and I'm promoting my show, yay, but you go buy tickets and then she make money at the end of the day. Anyways, guys, we got to wrap things up. Time isn't on our side, but then I'll leave you with a trailer from Merryman too.
Yep.
Because it's a movie Thursday. Watch out for it. When the movie comes out, I'm pretty sure I'll try to get you guys tickets to go see it. But until that time, check me out on Instagram, love.trace, LOVE.TREYS.
And it's Dave Melford Roberts, Instagram, King Dave M. Roberts, Twitter. Go check me out.
All right, enjoy Merryman, and then Olamide first of all.
Bye.
Yeesh, bye-bye.
Hello?
Hello, Olamide.
He holds on his hair. Ola, take.
Hello?
Is that you?
I'm done on but I do.
Well, I'm going to play the song first of all. Also make so many hits right now. The song done the hits very well. As an Orient, Obadin, as an Omadin.
Olamide,
first of all.
I don't see street squad. How much you I go since I work, bro. But I don't know by so. God bless.
Charlie, if you say I make a fool, I no send. Charlie, if you say I make a fool, I no send. First of all, introduction. First of all, introduction. Okay. I don't know. First of all, introduction. I mean you were sing and you drew an amateur. In other news, I'm in love with my boo and another place another one above. Bagoshi, Shemo Jamagana, Honeymoon the Benito Bagana. Shemo Jockey Fosu, Mofo Bagbe, Abon Soon. Now we don't control the whole arena. Either we there for Nigeria or Ghana. specials, not me, kill a fair for shot. Do I look like a Willow Lugumba? Are you a Lena? First of all, go down low. Go down low. First of all, go down low. Go down low. Mash it out. Go down low. Go down low. Like bush. Go down low. Go down low.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon, and this is the World News on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Ifeemi Andrew. On the headlines. Federal High Court in Lagos sentences former Abia State Governor Orji Uzor Kalu to 12 years in prison. Pipeline explosion kills several people in Lagos State. Nigerian army raids criminal hideout in Elele, Kure local government area of Rivers State. And on the foreign scene, France braces up for biggest nationwide strike. And now the details. The Federal High Court in Lagos has sentenced the former governor of Abia State, Orji Uzor Kalu, to 12 years in prison. Orji Kalu and his co-defendant Ude Udeogu, who was the Director of Finance and Accounts at the Abia State Government House during Kalu's tenure as governor, were convicted over a 7.1 billion naira fraud. The court found him and his co-defendants guilty of the entire 39 counts filed against them by the EFCC. Justice Mohammed Idris also ordered the winding up of Kalu's company Slock Nigeria Limited, who is charged as third defendant in the case. In one of the counts, the EFCC alleged that Kalu, who was Abia State governor between 1999 and 2007, procured Slock Nigeria Limited to retain its account domiciled with then Inland Bank, Apapa branch, Lagos. The prosecution claimed that the 7.1 billion naira formed part of the funds illegally derived from the treasury of the Abia State government and therefore violating Section 17, subsection C of the Money Laundering Prohibition Act 2004, liable to be punished under Section 16 of the same act. And a Kaduna State High Court has ordered that the embattled leader of Islamic Movement of Nigeria, Sheikh Ibrahim El-Zakzaki, and his wife be transferred from the custody of the Department of State Services to a correctional center in the state. Justice Gideon Kudafa, who gave the ruling, said the move is to enable their lawyers and doctors have easy access to them. He therefore adjourned the case to February the 6th for the commencement of trial. And this report says several persons have been feared killed following a pipeline explosion at the Barua area of Alimosho local government area of Lagos State. The explosion is said to have occurred as a result of the activities of vandals engaged in illegal oil bunkering in the area. Eyewitnesses said the bodies of some of the victims are at the other end of the fire. Relevant agencies have been deployed to the scene and operations are ongoing to douse the flames. And this report says that the Nigerian army has announced the raiding of the cultist staging area along Hauda Road Elele in Ikure local government area of the state. In a statement issued by the Nigerian Army Operations Media Coordinator, Colonel Aminu Iliasu, the operation was carried out by troops of 343 Artillery Regiment, Quick Response Force on Operation Crocodile Smile 4, who acted on credible information. According to the statement, after a brief gun battle, the criminals retreated into the nearby forest. The statement said the troops, however, neutralized 2 of the cultists and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle, 1 locally made pistol, and 30 rounds of 7.62 mm special ammunition. Similarly, troops of 16 Brigade Garrison on exercise Crocodile Smile 4 arrested 1 armed robbery suspect and recovered 1 locally fabricated pistol at Tombia Roundabout in Yenagua, Bayelsa State. In a related development, troops of 146 Battalion on exercise Crocodile Smile 4 also neutralized 1 bandit, while others are believed to have escaped with various degrees of gunshot wounds during an encounter at Lafarge Company, a general area in Akankpa local government area of Cross River State. The statement quoted the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tuko Buratai, as commending the troops for their display of patriotism, professionalism, and responsiveness. He further admonished them to remain resilient and continue to be steadfast in the fight against criminal elements across the nation. And in other news, a federal road safety officer has decried the harassment he received from a police officer trying to settle a traffic issue. The police officer, identified as Precious Eze, was alleged to have seized the identity card of the FRSC officer for trying to intervene in the issue between 2 drivers.
Okay. This man is making a U-turn for the roundabout. That one put head, and this man now catch him. Small. It is insignificant. I got there and I park. I say, Oga, just apologize. Let 2 of them be clear from the roundabout so that there will be no hold up. This woman now came and seized my key. I told her that I am federal road safety course. I want to clear the place. She just said my ID card. I gave it to her. I showed her. He just grabbed it from me. The man is not guilty. We have to make peace and let them go. Why is he doing that? Precious Eze, a sergeant. Why is he doing that?
The drivers who were involved in the rift said they were parking their vehicles to settle themselves when the police officer entered the vehicle of one of the drivers, who allegedly scratched the car of the other driver while demanding for his car keys.
Joshua cannot settle a simple case. You are always attempting to arrest somebody. What is the matter?
Just go. Don't worry. God will give you this one, will give you another one. Go. Don't worry. Don't worry. I like that your word. Just leave him. Leave him for God.
If that one and the police has nothing he was supposed to settle us. Not bringing another thing for himself.
But police don't get any matter.
Police don't get any matter.
Our correspondent Ifunaya Obeme Undukwe, who was at the scene of the incident, reports that the police officer declined to heed to the pleas of all the people around. And now the Labour Party in Rivers State has advised Governor Nyesom Wike to allow the newly appointed commissioners the freedom to function effectively. The Rivers State chairman of the party, Prince Favour, gave the advice following the screening and confirmation of the 13 commissioner nominees by the Rivers State House of Assembly. Favour says that is the only way Rivers people can determine which of the appointees is failing in his or her duties, saying that that was the reason his party has always called for the appointment of people with proven integrity. And still in the state, the House of Assembly has confirmed Silvanus Nwankwo as the commissioner designate. The House had suspended the screening of Nwankwo, who is from a Che local government area, following his failure to present his tax clearance certificate. Our correspondent Priye Izogo reports that Silvanus Nwankwo was cleared and confirmed after the leader of the House, Martin Amayewele, presented the original tax certificate of the Che appointee to the Assembly.
And confirmation
taking place now. It shows that we are taking our time, not glossing over issues that we should take into account, like the issue of tax clearance, because you must be a taxpayer to also occupy public office. And thank God today from the presentation of the income tax clearance certificate of Barrister Sylvanus Nwankwo is before us. It wasn't a witch hunt when the assembly said you have to produce.
Speaker of the House, Ikunyo Waji Igbani, also announced the clearance and confirmation of the other 12 commissioner nominees after an extensive debate on their profile.
Those for 18, against, nay, abstention, no. From the result, it shows that the House, at its 112th and 113th legislative sittings, held on the 3rd of December and the 4th of December 2019, screened and confirmed for the post of commissioners and members of River State Executive Council.
Our correspondent reports that the House adjourned plenary till tomorrow, Thursday, after the presentation of the report on sea piracy along the Port Harcourt-Bonny waterways. And now, traditional rulers in Rumoji community and the leadership of National Youth Council of Nigeria and Emoha local government area of Rivers State have intervened in the controversy rocking the leadership of the youth group. This follows the emergence of two different electoral bodies of the youth group. Paramount ruler of Rumuji, Eze Ona, Christian Elechi, charged the youth body to put the interest of the community first.
I sense it that it is very, very important to produce youth, because youth are the people that can assist the elders. There was something I saw that was going wrong in that. Then I abolished both the Helico, the other executive fund, and my own Helico, which is Rumuji fund. And now we are inaugurating fresh better work with the government, which is very, very good. I would like all these people that is inaugurated today, let them concentrate on their work. Do your work exactly what can benefit Rumuji. Don't say, this is my brother, this is not my brother. This election, we will make it peacefully.
On his part, coordinator of NYCN in Emoha, Innocent Woke, said they decided to intervene in the matter in order to restore normalcy among the youths in Rumuji.
Little crisis, interest will always arise. There are the two electoral committees, one of the chiefs, one from the youth, and it was causing issues in the community. By the grace of God, now harmonized to get a new ELECO, which we believe will conduct free, fair, and credible elections. That everyone who will participate will go home happy rather than being shortchanged or feel cheated. I have charged them that first they should put the interest of the community, interest of peace.
And away from that, medical practitioners have said the resurgence of the black suit in Rivers State poses multiple health risks and hazards to residents of the state. Former chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association in Rivers State, Ibitroko Emi Korbo, said this in an interview with our correspondent Ifunaya Obeme Ndukwe. Korbo, who is also a consultant in endocrinology and gynecology, said there have been a record of people visiting the hospital with complaints of cough that seem not to go away.
You have hydrocarbons from fossil fuel, crude oil and all that, and usually boil them at certain temperatures to get certain specific products. So the soot comes usually as a byproduct from combustion that was not done properly. And the soot poses multiple health risks and hazards. Now, first and foremost, because it is a hydrocarbon, the soot can lead to respiratory problems, respiratory tract problems. So we can have pneumonias, bronchitis, and all that. And indeed, in the hospitals, you hear people coming in with all sorts of cough that doesn't go. And some of them will tell you that when they clean their nose, they see black stuff out. Now, the soot is also known to cause coronary heart. So it can actually lead to a heart attack. So blockage of the pipes that supply blood to the heart, and this could result in heart attacks.
Korbo warned that if the black soot persists, it can lead to coronary heart diseases, which can cause heart attack, adding that the next few years to come, there will be a high record of cancer cases in Rivers State, ranging from blood cancer, liver cancer, kidney cancer, and respiratory cancer.
Then the soot in the long term will predispose people to cancer. Notice I didn't say can, I said will. So it means for a certainty, the way we are going right now, you would have a high rate of cancers. These cancers would include blood cancers, liver cancers, kidney cancers, and respiratory cancers. There's a high chance that in the next 20 years or so, will have a high rate of cancers, mostly due to exposure from the soot. Then the soot itself, when it gets to the clouds and it falls back as highly acidic rain, this soot comes down as acidic rain and poisons the soil. So it now poisons the plants. So most of the foodstuff we're getting are poisoned.
And now lecturers at the University of Port Harcourt have resolved to withhold the 2018-2019 student result until they resolve the issue between the university management and the union. Uniport chapter chairman of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Austin Sedo, disclosed this while briefing newsmen at the university campus at Delta Park. Sedo, who spoke to his members outside the locked ASU secretariat, maintained that the union is resolute and will not allow anyone infringe on their rights as an individual and stakeholders of the school. He further stressed that the union would not release students' results until the university is willing to resolve issues with them.
Our comrades resolved that if Professor Gyomo is not called back to his work on the 13th of December, we will not be willing to submit the results of the second semester of 2018-2019 as a way of following up on our demand to get Professor Ugiomo back to work. We will continue to be focused. We will not be distracted by this vexatious act because we have our focus is to ensure that humanity is liberated from every man that may be upon us. And that's why I said, well, we are taught that we will be allowed to have our meeting. But we thank God that they have helped to advertise what they have foisted on us. Gently, we were coming here and they have refused that. This union is yet interested in peace. Anybody who wants peace, we are ready for peace.
Seydou, who also raised an alarm of threat to life, begged ASU members to always look out for him.
And we're simply saying as a union that if Professor Frank Ugiomo, by any means, has gone contrary to the provisions of the guidelines of this university, Professor Frank Ugiomo should be tried following due process. If found guilty, his appointment should be terminated. And to the fact that it is repugnant to natural justice and equity, it cannot stand. And we are challenging that whosoever believes that can stand, let them put it to test before men of goodwill.
Our correspondent Sandra Kenneth reports that chairman of the Academic Staff Union of Universities at the University of Port Harcourt was initially stopped and denied entry to the Delta Park Abuja campus of the institution. I will take a short break. When we return, more news on the local scene, foreign stories, and sports stories. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk radio station. And now to the foreign scene. The death toll in eastern Uganda following the landslides caused by heavy rain on Tuesday has risen to 8 as 2 more bodies have been recovered from the mud and debris. The number of those missing have been revised down from 50 to 40. Rescue efforts have been hampered by the region's hilly terrain and damage to roads and bridges leading to the affected area. In another part of the east, 3 major roads linking several districts have been blocked by flooding. Raging rivers have also destroyed farms and washed away animals. And on the foreign scene, France is enduring severe disruption as millions of workers threaten to strike and protest at being forced to retire later or face reduced pensions. School and transport workers will join police, lawyers, and hospital and airport staff in a general walkout. France's largest nationwide strike in years was agreed by unions unhappy with President Emmanuel Macron's plans for a universal points-based pension system. Authorities have been trying to put in place plans to mediate the disruption. And that's how we end the news. But then before we go, another look at our major stories.